Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought it, still fighting today. Made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you. Turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the glow for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the cave, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes. Hannah McCann spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home. Before permission, before approval, say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. We benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, 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 say our name. Don't need your respect, never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you, surviving on scraps. FBA, stop begging. We learned to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's Disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your dues and just fly home.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your dues and
We got
just
the
fly home.
passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing. You lost your mind.
We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we've been a backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy style with discussing is whack.
So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
I don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your goodies, I can just fly home.
I don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your goodies, I can just fly home.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. This cell is sacred.
We said what we said,
It's time.
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly, so fly a little birdies fly, so fly a little birdies fly, far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly, so fly a little birdies fly, so fly a little birdies fly, far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly, so fly a little birdies fly, so fly a little birdies fly, far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly, so fly a little birdies fly, so fly a little birdies fly, far, far away from here. Bye-bye, little birds.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here is what I see it is.
We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear, not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, Black and gold, stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our right. We LBA. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been there all along. Foundational Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the scars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our plains are high. Our roots are trees. We know world is rhythm and grace now, and now we reclaim it now. Rifle play. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, American. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never matter. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Stealing my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in the skies. Y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a pool face. The agent type, with the prune face. Like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones, cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean that. Smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from. Where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundational Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning into another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Crewman. And on this season 6, episode 28, part 3, continuation of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first one is, of course, those tangibles, but no, in fact, the first one is not again. Los Angeles ballot counting may take days as Spencer Pratt fights on. California election results update for 2026 primary. Oh, look at what Lady Che did, Shabaka. Can you see the screen, Shabaka? Shabaka,
Yeah,
you got
can you hear me?
background. Yeah, you got background noise. And
All
can
right,
you see
okay.
the-
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna take care of that. But just check the comments out.
Okay. All right, can y'all see the background? That's what Lady Che did that. And then we got Joyless Reid now supports reparations. Why? But why? The Karmelo Anthony trial is finally here, and things really already feel tense. Asian store owner acquitted in South Carolina after doing this. FBA community reacts to the not guilty verdict of Ricc Chow. Black Americans listen to what the youth are currently saying, and by ethnics are gonna be a problem. Trump on Iran, regret or policy shift. And I got another one on that. I think it's the Iran talks. In our Unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, and our local Denver/Aurora news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. Get the news from a frontline and Black First perspective. We are a part of the New Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the New Blacc Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are a part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one, which started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which you just had, is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure you like and share the broadcast, family. Remember, family, hit that like, share, and subscribe button and that bell. And please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all sub to that, just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again. So we'll put the link in the chat so y'all can sub up to that. Then we got Lady Chay's, not Lady Chay, my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Kuma. Make sure y'all sub to that as well, so y'all be updated on what's happening here in Denver in regards to the city council, Denver and Aurora City Council, and the local Black events here in Denver and Aurora, and the Sunday morning food bank, which I've been doing for the past 10 years. Every Sunday for the past 10 years. And then we got Lady Chay's a Seduction Doll YouTube channel. Make sure y'all sub to that, so Lady Chay can start going live again on YouTube, besides on the RBA. Then we got her main channel, the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all sub to that, so she can have more viewers on her show, the Revolutionaries into the RBA. Make sure y'all sub to that as well. And then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette 1. Make sure y'all sub to that so Shabaka can start going live on YouTube as well. And then we got our brother out the Mile High, our Lokestar Cuzzo out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. Then we got our brother Kukizi out the Mile High, Bell Size, Marbello to be exact. And came up with the FBA cultural reports. As our brother Kukizi. Make sure y'all check him out. The link to his channel is also in the description, Kukizi 5100. Then we got our brother who was live earlier that we tapped in with, our brother Breeze Omega, who's out of VA. Virginia, by way of Hempstead, Long Island, and his channel is called Breeze Omega on YouTube. Make sure y'all sub to him as well. Then we got our brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. It's the Church of Black Power. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well, the Church of Black Power. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. And last but certainly not least, we got our brother Black Truth United and our brother Black Alpha Network. Make sure y'all sub to them channels. their channels as well. And our brother Black Truth United came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses. So the link to the Rolodex and the link to the submit your business is in the description. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American caucus, long overdue. The link to that is in the description. Then the Anti-Reparations Fund or the Slush Fund link is also in the description. And you can apply for it if you were to target a politically motivated actions by the Biden DOJ. And what's the DOJ? The Biden DOJ weaponized against you, yes, yes, and more yes. And we got Take Action, Sister Brooks Call to Action in New York. Submit those emails and those letters. It's about 6 days left. So the links to that is in the description. Then we got the Reparations for Descendants of American Slaves Act, or RDAS Act. Make sure y'all sign that. The link is also in the description. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got Standing with our brother Joshua and family. Joshua Hart, who put hands and feet all over that Nabisco Chad the Bussy, Chad the Builder, aka Dalton Early. So support our brother Joshua Hart, who's a military veteran. It's GoFundMe. The link is in the description. I believe he's almost at his goal. Let's help get him to the goal of 300,000. Then stop Netflix from releasing a damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. Shout out to Dr. Randy Short for putting that petition together. We shall sign that. And support me for House of Representatives here in the state of Colorado for House District 8. The link to my website is in the description. Then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity, and that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity, and was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who passed away exactly a year ago at the age of 95, ProduceJustice.com. And when you a Black person or captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy, which is the only racism and the only supremacy that exists on the planet Earth. And that is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain genetic survival, or to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late great master teacher, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as of a little over a month ago. And shout out to our FBA brother out of Los Angeles, California, Tariq Rashid, for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. All right, Shabaka.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
sir.
Do you see the background, Shabaka?
Okay, let me zoom it up. Let me close the door. Love it. But why?
Love it.
I'm on the bottom of the building, man.
Hey, Lady Chase set it up.
Okay, that's good.
She made you one too. Did you give me that one? No. Send it to me so I can show him.
No.
Why?
You're an asshole.
She sent you one too, Shabaka.
Well, oh, you did one for me too?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, and so send it to me if you can, Brother Che, in the email. Then that way there I can download it to the terabyte. If that makes sense. Now your generation is more tax savvy than me, boy. I'm feeling old as hell. Guess what I know? Y'all live long enough.
You'll be old too. Yeah.
Don't wait
You
for nobody.
You gotta live to get old. That's what I was always taught. You gotta live to get old.
Yeah, and if you, as long as you stay alive, sir, you will get old. Irreversible. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I likes that. Yeah. And then what I'm gonna do is spread that all over the net. You know what I'm saying? Yep. And then also too, Lady Che, if you could put the Twitter link in there for us as well too. At Shabaka capital EXP.
No.
Because I'm thinking we're getting a little bit of action off Twitter.
That mean I gotta redo it?
She's saying
no, she doesn't have to redo it. No, she could put down there in the bottom, like that right-hand corner right down there, and just put down Twitter at Shabaka capital EXP.
I'll think about it. Let's see.
yeah, she's gonna have to redo it because the way it's set up, she can't. She can't.
Okay,
just go.
whoa. Okay, hold it. All right, leave it as it is, right? And I'm thinking that what I could do, once I copy and paste it, start putting it out there, then I could put down at the bottom of it, the Twitter page.
I don't want to give you shit. You're an asshole.
Oh, all I said was you misspelled a word. That was
Jesus
it.
Christ, because English be like, like grateful and shit.
Yeah.
Nobody does it.
It's Chat
Just
GPT.
me. Just me.
Okay. All right.
Damn.
Yeah, that Chat GPT shit, man, that shit's a pain in the ass. Yeah, you got to be careful with Chat GPT.
I know what you're talking about. What do you want to know? What do you say?
So you know how you have Frontline Black News right here? He wants you to have Shabaka EXP.
For the Twitter handle, Lady Che.
Shabaka EXP.
Yeah. Okay, with the capital X, with the capital S, then the capital E, and there's the Twitter link. And keep in mind that Twitter link, it's very, very temperamental. Sometimes it works, other times it don't. I think it all depends on what we're talking about. And am I sounding muffled?
A little bit.
So that means it's Bluetooth didn't charge back up like it should have. Okay. Streamline to your audience. Wait a minute, let me see something here. Now, let me see what these dirty bastards are going to do this time around. Oh, you dirty bastards.
You just didn't proofread it before you submitted it.
Look, I did anything.
You proofread your work.
Look, I did anything. You last one.
You didn't go to school, cuz, so you didn't know that. But proofread your work before you submit something. Then you won't have those issues. Why?
Because I make you stuff all the
Why
time.
would I? I would correct it if I did.
Hurry the fuck up, because I don't got like.
I don't have the notepads just laying around like that, Randy. My paper just laying around.
What is with these dirty bastards? Oh, they're so fucking dirty.
You definitely don't have the patience of
damn Twitter.
It looks very nice. Okay. Because you have a typo.
No good deed goes unpunished.
Like nobody, she can't be corrected, y'all. Just know that.
One letter off. You don't feed me, and you got the nerve to ask me.
She want meat. I don't eat like that. I eat fruits and vegetables. I eat actually healthy shit. You know, I'm surrounded by fruits and vegetables. The shit you're supposed to be eating, not junk food.
Never a thank you and a happy face, like ever.
Actual organic food.
Okay. Never a thank you.
Actually, I did tell you thank you. You only hear what you want to hear. Jesus. I hate when she does this shit. All right. So that's what she created. So that's beautiful.
I didn't create nothing.
Move on
They don't deserve me to create shit for them.
topic.
Either of them.
She just has to be corrected. That's a personal problem.
No, that's not a personal problem.
Yes, it is.
You can't just say thank you and be happy.
That is a personal problem. You can't
Especially
stand.
when nobody,
You can't take correction
I'm the only
because like
motherfucker that does anything.
that's not my fault.
It is your fault.
That you can't take correction. No,
No, that you don't do that.
that's not my fault. Why would I do something for somebody that can't be
Is that
corrected?
it? Is that it? Is that all you want something?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yes. The Twitter handle to Shabaka EXP at Shabaka EXP.
Oh, at.
Putting it in the private chat.
What I say, man? I just had to do it real quick.
All right, hold on.
He's making me send it. I didn't even want to send it. I just wanted to let it go.
I just want to show Shabaka what it looked like.
Yeah, sure.
No, it's sharp.
Can't make
Yeah,
them
that's
look.
real sharp. Right there's Blackness 101 right there.
Fucking heathens.
And got the pretty kitty up there. And got the pretty kitty.
Yeah, fucking heathens. And make y'all shit, man. One day somebody will make me something tight.
All right.
Probably gonna be me making it for myself.
If I still had my tablet, I could do the same thing.
I can't pass it on to okay, at least it's supposed to.
Man, got them ponies in the barn shirt on, man.
Keep my Bronco hoodie on just to antagonize Shabaka.
It does. And the Raiders, get out of town and change your fucking name.
They didn't get the memo. They're still there.
Yeah. Okay, we're doing copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research.
Yeah, he's gonna want you to change it.
It won't let me log out.
All right, just send it to me so I can show him.
Yeah, it is nice.
He's literally telling you it's nice, and you sitting up here talking about ungrateful. Like, what kind of crazy shit is that? She just don't want to be corrected.
Oh, wait a minute, Lady Che.
Here we go.
Lady Che.
For what?
You misspelled my last name. You got Sanccore. It's Sankore.
I
know Shabaka already told her.
He already told me. See, I'm not gonna send that.
Okay.
Never mind. I'm not gonna send it. I was trying to edit it. That's how I've been spelling this whole motherfucking time for like 5 fucking years. Now it's wrong.
It's been that. You see
Somebody
how
should have said something a long time ago.
I've never seen you spell it like that.
This time.
I've never seen that.
Okay, the reason why I need
yeah. I gotta log into my other account and edit it because one letter that I messed up and I don't know, man. Misspelled it or whatever. But what I created was fucking tight and now I gotta redo it. Because
you gotta redo the whole
One letter.
Layout.
One whole letter.
Yeah. One whole letter.
One whole letter. I can't log into my
Okay, what's going on, everybody?
All right, so for those that don't know, there's an election going on right now in California, in LA to be exact. And the count for the ballots may take days as Spencer Pratt. So far, it looks like Karen Bass in the lead, Shabaki.
Yeah,
But she's
today.
haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, share this video on your social media platforms, and please, most importantly, do not forget to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. Okay, and with the introduction out the way, let's get into today's news. Let's get the stream started. Now, I know you see what the title of today's video is, and you saw the caption on the thumbnail. I have to start the stream off by saying this: under no circumstances am I a doomer. Do not get it misunderstood. I woke up this morning, I voted for Spencer Pratt, and I voted for Steve Hilton. Okay, I am not a doomer. I'm not telling you that woe is us. There's no way that we can win an election in California because of all of the fraud and corruption. I'm just here to give you the information to expose the shenanigans that go.
Bruh, they don't call it the Barbary Coast for nothing.
Who is he supposed to vote for, Shabaki?
He should write in himself. It's because the pick that you got out of California politics in Los Angeles and the governor's level is doomed to failure. I mean, California as a whole.
Well, it looks like they're about to elect a Republican for governor.
Okay, now what's happening in the lieutenant governor's seat? Because if they elect a Republican governor and a Democratic lieutenant governor, man, then that is really going to stalwart California's progress.
Lieutenant governor is looking like Dan barely. There's a Republican trailing slightly behind Gloria Romero.
Who's the Democratic candidate for light governor, right?
Fiona May.
Okay, now that's a problem, is because the lieutenant governor presides over the California State Assembly or the California State Senate.
Yep, so that's what it looks like right now.
Why am I not surprised about that goddamn state? Why am I not surprised, people?
Karen Bass is up 36.5%. Spencer Pratt's at 29.5%.
Okay, it's still close. You see, she needs to be over. Okay, for her to win, people, she would need to get at least 52%, which would be a comfortable lead.
Right. And I don't see that happening
in LA.
It's going to go to a runoff.
Yeah, California politics once again doomed to shit. And the sad part about it is about the fucking states, it sets the trend for the rest of the other elections that's going to be coming across the country.
Right. All right, let me get back to the video, Shabaki.
All right. Question: Hakeem Jeffries lost his seat, right?
I don't know, Shabaki.
All right. Okay, we'll know tomorrow. Okay.
Politics in Los Angeles politics. Okay. I do believe and I know that there's a path to victory for Spencer Pratt and Stephen Hilton. So I just want to establish that first things first. All right. I just wanted to make sure to establish that before we move forward. And now that that's established, I want to start with this clip here. Just to allow some more people to enter into the live chat. And what we're going to watch here right now are the final words, right? The final message that not Stephen Hilton, the final message that Karen Bass, Nitya Raman, and Spencer Pratt have for voters today, because today is election day in California. So let's get into the nonsense, right, of Karen Bass and Nithya Raman and their final message, and the real message that matters, which is the final message of Spencer Pratt. So let's get into this clip next.
My final message to voters is, in the last few years, we brought down homelessness for the first time, 2 years in a row. 42,000 units of housing, crime rates down to 60 years low. We have the Olympics and the World Cup coming. Los Angeles is ready for an incredible recovery.
It's so just comical listening to Mayor Bass speak, because everything she's saying is a lie. I live here in Los Angeles. She's just shouting out numbers.
Nigga, I grew up there. You don't know what the
not
fuck
down
you're
2
talking
years
about,
in a row.
dude. You only
Maybe
got
on
20%
paper it
accuracy.
is, right? Maybe on paper for her, and that's all they need.
Okay, what's getting ready to happen, people, with the Olympics coming to Los Angeles, okay, you could expect that the LAPD is going to make a very, 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 very impactful and high presence in the areas of where they're going to have the Olympic Games. Now, all the Olympic events are not going to happen at the LA Coliseum, the track and field, okay, basically. But the other sports, the gymnastics, the equestrian events, let's see, what else? The men's gymnastics, they're going to be put at other locations throughout the city. All the events, repeat, all the events will not happen at the Los Angeles Coliseum, just mainly the track and the field.
Okay, Shabaka, I can't keep pausing this video though. So
no, but let them go ahead. I just wanted to make that perfectly clear. But go ahead. I'm on mute.
It's hard to be out on paper. In real life, me living in Los Angeles, no, homelessness is not down. All these encampments are still up. You're still stepping over, human bodies, wondering like, did they OD or are they sleeping? I don't know. This is kind of crazy. Nothing has changed. All right. Nothing has changed under Karen Bass. This woman is a liar. But now listen to what Nithya Raman had to say. Listen to this foolishness.
Well, Angelenos are feeling that this city is moving in the wrong direction. What I'm offering is urgency to tackle the issues that are at the forefront of people's minds and a real plan to address our cost of living crisis and our homelessness crisis.
Did you hear what this woman said? Her game plan, right, to win the election is essentially the Kamala Harris game plan. She just said that Angelenos, the people of Los Angeles, feel that we're moving in the wrong direction. You're in LA City Council. You're part of the reason why we have moved in the wrong direction. She's been sitting in Los Angeles City Council for years. So how are you saying we need to move on and we're going in the wrong direction when you're the reason that we are going down the wrong direction? These people are ridiculous. They're unintelligent. You know what I mean? It reminds me of when Kamala Harris was running, right, in her comical campaign with Tim Walz. And she was saying, it's time for a change. America, we need to move forward and move on, and we need to change. And it's like, well, you're the vice president. So, right, we need to move on and change from you. This is, like I said, this is unintelligent. This is craziness that anybody would even vote for this person, let alone Karen Bass. But now let's get to the man himself, Spencer Pratt.
Crisis.
My opponents are the reason the city's failing. So anything they say is just more lies. They know with me, we're changing what's going on. We're stopping it. So it's not like a closing argument. They're already excited about me. And the reason I'm here is because I'm not like these people. I don't have the experience of failing like they have.
That's a fact. They have the experience of failing over and over and over again, while telling you it's time for a change and it's time for us to move forward. Yes, once again, it's time for a change and to move forward from foolish liberal policies, from Karen Bass and Nithya Raman. That's what it's time for. But in order to do that, everyone has to come out and play their part. and vote Spencer Pratt. Because once again, we discussed this a little bit yesterday, and I want to touch on it some more today. He is definitely in for an uphill climb, as well as Stephen Hilton. As you can see here, concerning mail-in ballots and all of the shenanigans that surround that, look at this here. The Los Angeles Times is already priming us up for a long wait to find out who's going to advance in the primaries. Okay, forget the runoff in November. They're already gearing us up to find out for a long wait to find out what the primary results are going to be. Look at this here. Here we go. LA Times. Vote count for California governor and LA mayor could be painfully slow. They didn't even say it could take a while. It might be a couple days. They said it could be painfully slow. Okay? Painfully slow. Don't expect instant gratification. There is no excuse for this other than cheating, ladies and gentlemen. There's absolutely nothing you can tell me. Mail-in ballots is just the most fraudulent thing ever as it pertains to, elections in modern society. The only person and people who should be receiving mail-in ballots should be those who are actually disabled. And you have to request it. It doesn't come to your house automatically like what you see happening now. You got to request it and you're actually disabled. Other than that, everybody else show up to the polling booth just like I did this morning in person and cast your ballot. But I just wanted to show you. They're already gearing up for this foolishness. And that's why, once again, I don't mean to just sit up here and just be campaigning for Spencer Pratt. But it's just the reality is that you got to show up. Right.
No,
I want to reestablish once again the point of me making this video and talking about this stuff. It's not to, oh man, what's the point? They're just going to cheat anyway. No. We have to beat them at their own game in order to change the game. And Steve Hilton spoke on that this morning on Fox News. And I want to play what he had to say, because he said the same thing that I said just now. Okay, I want to play it because he said it a lot more eloquently and better than I did. Right. So check this out here. This is when he was asked about the recent, voter interference that occurred. I believe it was yesterday that we talked about. There were ballots, mail-in ballots that were found burnt and on fire inside of a ballot box, right? And here in Los Angeles, in downtown Los Angeles, and then there was a polling station that was vandalized in Long Beach, all right? So when Stephen Hilton was asked about it, or Steve Hilton, I always say Stephen Hilton. When Steve Hilton was asked about it, this is what he had to say. So let me play that clip next, and please hit the like button if you haven't already. Thank you very much.
Well, exactly. Well, this is why we've got to change our systems in California. This ridiculous way we have a month of early voting. They send out ballots to everyone on these voter rolls that used to be completely wrong. About 3 years ago, it's 2023, the California Secretary of State said that there were 9 million wrong names on the voter lists in California. Just to put that in context, I'm just going to need just under 6 million to win in November. President Trump got 6.1 million votes here in 2024. It's a huge problem when you've got these voter rolls that are so out of date. They're sending ballots out to everyone. You've got these drop boxes all over the place that aren't secure in the way that people would expect. We got to change the system. But the only way we can do that is actually to win using the current system. That's why what the president said in 2024 is so right. We got to make it too big to rig. Everyone's got to get out and vote. Then we're in a position to bring some sanity back to our election system as well as everything else.
Like he said, it has to be too big to rig. It has to be. That's why everybody has to turn up and show out, and vote these guys in. Because if not, then it's too easy to rig. It becomes too easy, okay? And I want to point this out right here because I never actually got an opportunity to speak on this quote that, what can I learn from you? That's a funny username, what can I learn from you? A lot, that's why you're watching me right now. But shout out to what can I learn from you? What can I learn from you? Put break the glass scenario. For those of you who don't know what that means, where that came from, that was a direct quote, word for word verbatim, from Gavin Newsom. And if I remember correctly, what he was addressing is essentially, what are you going to do? They were asking him, what are you and the Democrats going to do if indeed the runoff in November for governor is between Steve Hilton and Chad Bianco, who was also a Republican, right? What are you guys going to do? And and Gavin Newsom said, if it gets to that point, or if it seems that it's going to get to that point, he literally said, we have a break the glass scenario. What's that supposed to mean? We all know it's cheating. You get what I'm saying? We all know what he means. But like, what does he actually mean by, like, what is he actually talking about? What I really would like to know, and from the explain in detail, what do you mean by break the glass scenario? And nobody pressed him on that. What are you talking about? What is a break the glass scenario? But that's what he said. If it looks like any of these guys are actually going to take power, or they do take power, or they come close to taking power, we Democrats have a break the glass scenario. Translation: cheat, and cheat some more. Okay. And if not that, if these guys do get in, fingers crossed, they will get in. I assume their break the glass scenario as well will also be very similar to what we saw and what we still see with the Trump administration, but what we saw very early on with this Trump administration. Remember year one, all the national injunctions, illegal, unconstitutional national injunctions? I'm pretty sure they have some sort of break the glass scenario that's similar to that if Stephen Hilton and Spencer Pratt get into power. Something very similar where they're just frustrating any and everything that they're trying to do. But we'll have to see what actually happens when they win. We have to see what happens when they win. And once again, why am I so confident that they're going to win? And especially Spencer Pratt. Why am I so confident? Because once again, like I was talking about yesterday with Spencer Pratt, the guy goes where I was gonna say Kamala Harris, where Nitya Raman and Karen Bass will not go, right? There's a multitude of reasons of why I believe he's going to win, and I talked about that in the last stream. But I just want to continue to reiterate how this man is actually in the heart of Los Angeles, talking to the people, and that is something you will never see from Karen Bass and Nitya Raman. Let me play this clip for you guys here. Check this out. Look at this here. I love this so much. This is a great clip.
Nobody voted for that no more. We not voted for that. Karen tricked us. She don't get to do that twice. Now you come in here all the way to Crenshaw from the Palisades, and we all got something in common. Let's do it. That's right. Let's do it.
He's all the way in Crenshaw, okay? From the Palisades. Never in a trillion years will you see these people, Nitya Raman or Karen Bass, talk to the people like this. Recently, I believe it was yesterday, Spencer Pratt was on No Jumper. For those of you who don't know what No Jumper is, the No Jumper podcast is essentially it's a hip hop podcast. It's not even hip hop anymore, honestly. It's like a LA gangbanging podcast. You know, they just talk about like LA gangs and fights and stuff like that. But Spencer Pratt was essentially on a LA gang podcast. Okay. They would never go to No Jumper and talk to Adam 22, which is a hip hop / gang member podcast. But Spencer Pratt went there because he wants to touch what you would call the minority vote, or those who would normally not come out to vote, right? And most importantly, he could speak with them on a level that they understand. Because what happens on, the No Jumper podcast and when he's amongst the people is that they're just having normal conversation. And when I ask you, Spencer Pratt, a basic question about what the heck is going on, you're going to give me a common sense answer. I keep wanting to say Kamala Harris. Karen Bass and Nitya Raman is what's going on, right? But let me pull this clip up for you here. And I want to show you the difference between what we've seen with Spencer Pratt being in the streets and getting love from the people and Nitya Raman. I don't have this video queued up, but I should have it saved. Where is this at? Look at this right here. And there's a big difference. One of the reasons that you don't see them outside like Karen Batt. One of the reasons you don't see them outside, like Stephen, oh my God, I keep saying the wrong names. Wow. Like Spencer Pratt is outside, is because they can't answer the most basic of questions. Look at this here from Nitya Raman.
You're spending $1 billion giving money to drug addicts who are buying drugs with the money, and you know that.
Well, yes, that's right.
You're spending
I'm just going to let this play. Look at it. It's going to loop like 2 times. Okay, this is Nitya Raman getting grilled in the public, and she just has no answers for her bad policies other than saying, well, yeah.
That's right.
You're spending $1 billion giving money to drug addicts who are buying drugs with the money, and you know that.
Well, yes, that's right.
You're spending $1 billion giving money to drug addicts who are buying drugs with the money, and you know that.
Well, yes.
You see the difference? That's the difference between the two. This is why they don't come outside the way Spencer Pratt comes outside, because they can't come outside. If they do, they're going to get chewed up alive because you're the one who is currently running the city. We don't want to hear excuses. We want results. And all you have for us is excuses. And I want to show that to you. I want to prove that to you next with Karen Bass. Karen Bass recently did an interview with, what's her name again? Kathy Griffin, I believe her name is. She did an interview with her. It was like an Instagram interview. And all that interview was Karen Bass and Kathy Griffin making excuses for why Karen Bass couldn't do her job as mayor the first time around. And but here are the excuses why. So vote for her this time, because I guess magically she'll be able to do her job in the second term that she wasn't able to do in the first term. It's crazy. And one of the things that she said in that interview was completely ludicrous. Ladies and gentlemen, she plans on keeping the homeless services industrial complex alive. She plans on giving them more resources, which is taxpayers' dollars, because she feels that they're not getting enough. I kid you not. This is what she said. That is what she said. And I'm going to play that for you next. But first, look at this clip here that I'm going to show you. I'm not even going to introduce it. I'm just going to play this for you right now. Look at this.
The Metro for.
Let me wind it back. I messed up a little bit. It's really hot in my office today, guys. That's why I'm fumbling so much. I am burning up in here. I don't know why it's so hot in my office. It's not even that hot outside. It is hot in here, though. Anyways, take 2, roll the tape. All right. And action.
The Metro 4 bus in Los Angeles is a homeless shelter. The Democrat Party, look what you created. The Metro 4 bus in Los Angeles is a homeless shelter. Democrat Party, look what y'all created. The Metro 4 bus is a homeless shelter. The Democrat Party, look what y'all did. This bus is a homeless shelter. Why is the Metro number 4 bus in Los Angeles a homeless shelter? Why is the Metro number 4 bus in Los Angeles a homeless shelter?
Hey man, as long as they pay for their day passes, man, they can ride that motherfucker anywhere they want.
Los Angeles, a homeless
Get your
shelter.
goddamn day passes are $8.
Why do we have to pay money to ride the bus? Almost
Hey man, if they paid to ride that motherfucker, man, they can ride that son of a bitch for up to 24 hours, man.
The
Fuck
homeless
that.
don't have to pay no money or nothing. They can just sleep on the bus. Why have to pay $100 a month? But the homeless don't have to pay nothing to ride the bus each month. Why is the Metro number 4 bus a homeless shelter? Why is it a homeless shelter? Why is
And a
the Metro
motherfucker saying something like that, brother Che, ain't never experienced homelessness. There ain't no goddamn way in hell I
as
go up there
someone
and
who,
disrespect
used to
them
ride the
people
bus,
like that.
I can tell you that's not a one-off. It's not just the number 4 bus.
Still no.
It's pretty much all the buses, especially at night. And as you can see, it's nighttime, especially at
Well,
night.
motherfucker, do you know how
It's on the
dangerous
bus,
the streets of Los Angeles
in the back
is
of the
at
bus,
night?
really all over the bus, sleep.
Shit, your ass wouldn't last 5 minutes in that goddamn city at night.
You ain't lying, Shabaka, but he's a shell. He went from being pro-black to being a Republican shell.
Well, I commend you on that there, Brother Chad, because that's exactly what the fuck he sound like, man. Look at this man right here. Look like he ain't bathed, man, in days. He shouldn't have to live like that.
Yeah.
Ain't no telling what's going through his mind. His family cut him off. He's kicked to the curb, man. You know what I'm saying? You already beat down by this goddamn crooked ass sister, man. And then a motherfucker want to come up there and disrespect you, man, because of the situation is. Now that, sir, is morally wrong, because I've slept on them goddamn buses.
Yep, me too.
We all have.
Yeah, and the coldest time of the day is just before sunrise.
I wasn't looking like that, though.
No, I wasn't looking like that either, Brother Che, but I made it a point, you know, to keep my clothes clean and keep your hygienics up. You see what I'm saying?
Same here.
Yeah, see, this is who the Ebola is going to target, our unhoused neighbors, when they bring that shit here. That's where they're going to put the goddamn Ebola at, man. They telegraph that shit by a country mile.
Yeah.
You being like this man, coming home from work late at night, you're tired, okay? Back hurting, feet hurting, everything hurting. And you see that he has to stand up because, like he said, why is the number 4 bus a homeless shelter? There's nowhere for him to sit, and the bus isn't even crowded. And these buses get crowded here, okay? You standing up and you're packed like this, like sardines on the bus over here. There's nobody on the bus but a handful of homeless folks that are taking up all the seats because they're sleeping.
Nigga,
and I'm sure this man
you
just
ain't
got
never
off
been
work,
homeless
or
trick.
maybe he's tired. He just got up and is on his way to work early in the morning. And this is what you have to do.
No,
this
is
is
me off with
the
that
result
statement
of a Karen Bass administration, as well as the lunacy of Nitya Raman and all these other lunatics that are sitting in city council. And this is what we're expected to vote for this, right? And we have hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars essentially being stolen by these so-called nonprofits. We're giving them our taxpayer money to keep these guys off of the buses, but clearly it's not working because all they're doing is stealing the money. And if not stealing the money, then they're putting it as part of they're taking bonus off of it, right? They're putting it as part of their yearly pay. These guys are making millions of dollars a year to homeless services CEO. They're making
Shabaka, stop. That's exactly what's happening. Like we see that in Denver too.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Brother Che. That's my point, man. That's my point. I mean, the person is already feeling bad because of the situation he is. Why does this dude have to come up here and spit on him some more?
He's talking about the nonprofits, Shabaka. Listen to what he's saying.
Okay. All right, I stand correct. He's talking about the nonprofits who's supposed to be taking care of this, and these individuals running the nonprofits are putting the money in their pocket.
Correct.
Okay, all righty. Okay, I stand corrected. I ain't perfect now.
Millions of dollars a year. Some of them are making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year with bonuses on top of that. That's their compensation because they're doing such a great service for us by keeping these homeless people off the street that they feel the need to pay themselves multi-million-dollar salaries and multi-million-dollar bonuses, right? So listen to this. I want to pull this up for you guys right now. Listen to Karen Bass quite literally say she's going to keep the homeless industrial complex moving. And while you listen to that, I'll try to figure out why my screen
industrial complex.
Yep.
Today's stream is
in other words, I
don't know what's
Operation
going on. But anyways, let's carry on. Let me pull this clip up for you guys next while I fix the color grade on my camera right now because I don't know what just happened.
It's a business keeping people homeless.
Yeah, Che. Yeah.
And we have.
I'm gonna rewind it back just a little bit. I'm gonna put them in the center, and let's take it from the top. And action.
Is to get people off the street
And we have discovered that that is not a difficult thing. But once I get them off the street, we send them over to a community-based organization that is responsible for them after that. The city's responsibility is to pay the bill, but the organization is responsible for taking care of the people. And I don't fault the organizations because they have never had enough resources to really provide the services that people need. That's the counties.
Why is there not enough?
Did you hear what she just said? She said, I don't fault the services. All the fraud that's going on, we discussed it yesterday. The articles on fraud are endless. It's endless. We just covered the CEO of the homeless service nonprofit. Remember, it was called Abundant Blessings. He just got hit with an indictment and is locked up right now waiting for trial for stealing $23 million in taxpayer money that was supposed to go to cleaning up the homeless. Wow. And she says she doesn't blame them. Karen Bass does not blame them for their inability to do their job. And in fact, they need more resources. That is completely ludicrous. I want to wind it back just a little bit and play that part one more time. That is insanity. And trust me when I tell you, this conversation here with her and Kathy Griffin, it gets more ridiculous. It gets way, way more ridiculous. And you know what's even more ridiculous than this conversation? You're not hitting the like button. Please hit the like button. I would really appreciate it. And subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel and you're finding this information informative and somewhat entertaining. Thank you very much. Let me wind it back just a little bit.
Because they have never had
one more, a little bit more right here.
Care of the people. And I don't fault the organizations because they have never had enough resources to really provide the services that people need. That's the counties.
Why is there not?
She said they never had enough resources. We spend billions of dollars on allegedly fighting homelessness. And she's saying that they don't have enough resources, i.e. they need more money, more taxpayer dollars. Now, once again, keep listening because this entire interview, this is a crazy way to campaign where you're making up excuses for why you couldn't get anything done. So please vote for me again so I can try to do what I failed at the first time around. This is wild. Listen to the excuses and listen to how much more ridiculous this interview gets.
Enough resources to really provide the services that people need. That's the counties.
Why is there not enough resources? What department can we blame for that?
Sure. Well, it's the county's responsibility to provide the services that are needed. I don't have the power over that. Our system is divided. If you take the city of San Francisco or the city of New York, both of those are cities and counties. Those mayors have the power to provide much more than I do. For example, I'm also not in charge of the schools. I'm not in charge of healthcare.
What are we voting for you for then? Why will we be voting for you if you're sitting here making up endless excuses for why you couldn't accomplish anything the first time around? That's crazy work. Like I said, this is a wild way of campaigning. Making up excuses and telling me why you suck so bad at your job, so vote for me again. That is crazy what she's doing right now.
So when we have lunches are being taken away by, I believe, the feds,
right?
Then they blame you.
Right. Yes.
They found a way to blame Trump. She says school lunches are being taken away by the feds, but they blame you. It's crazy. These people blame Trump for anything, any and every. It's wild how they're able to blame Trump. If they wake up in the morning and make themselves some scrambled eggs and burn the eggs, they're going to blame Trump for burning their own eggs. Like, it's crazy. I don't understand this type of delusion.
Yes, exactly.
Right, I'm going to say something that you're not supposed to say.
This is where things get really stupid. It's crazy.
I blame Trump
I'm not in charge
for making shit.
So we have a.
Why do you think I call that motherfucker the dump as in human shit?
Right. Yes. Yes,
All right,
exactly.
I'm going to say something that you're not supposed to say, but I am also going to say that you are in the history books for being the first Black female mayor of Los Angeles.
Yes.
And I'm also going to say, I personally, as a Caucasian lady, and I'm so white you can see through to my veins, and I really think a lot of the adversity comes your way because you're a Black woman. And I want to ask you about something sensitive, but
That's
in
a
my
fact.
opinion,
That's a fact.
It gets worse. It gets more stupid. It gets more unintelligent. The way these people are able to find racism in any and everything and blame that on any and everything is unbelievable. It is unbelievable.
You know what's unbelievable? You talk about the Democrats blaming Trump for everything, but the Republicans, they never want to take accountability for any goddamn thing. So they're both two sides of the same.
That is an absolute fact on that, Brother Che. That is an absolute fact on what you just said right there. Now, this motherfucker right here, he ain't been in Los Angeles long enough, man, to know how they really do things. As I always stated, and I will continue to emphasize it again and again and again, the mayor of Los Angeles is just a figurehead. The true power rests with the commissions of the city departments. Now, what Karen Bass needs to do is introduce legislation at the Los Angeles City Council to create a City of Los Angeles Department of Homelessness. So therefore, they would have the administrative staff whose sole purpose would be to focus on the homeless. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I'm surprised they only have that already.
Yeah, yeah, I am too, Brother Che, and I only lived in the motherfucker 45 years. I don't know nothing about Los Angeles. Don't know shit about it. I only lived in the motherfucker 45 years.
Right. So she's just a figurehead. So that's what they put up to.
Right, exactly. And what they would have to do, Brother Che, to give her some absolute power on the decision making of having her as a proper chief executive for the municipality of the city of Los Angeles, okay, they would have to give her that power, and she could do a hell of a lot more because she wouldn't have to keep going through the city council on everything. And these crooked ass politicians, man, you know, mainly the most of them are out there in the fucking valley. Yeah, see, they making backroom deals.
Yeah, so we won't even know until the morning what the end result is. About 50%.
Right.
So Michael said Carolyn Essex did good, and
oh, that was a chick that we was hoping that would lose, right? That we spoke with on the phone.
No, we were hoping she was gonna win. That's the one.
Oh, okay.
Speech.
She was. Oh, yeah. The sister who was representing Long Beach. Okay.
So I guess she's up right now, according to Michael.
Okay.
Our boy Billions is doing horribly.
I figured that, man, is because, see, Culver City is hurting him, man, because of the state assembly district he's in.
Man.
Now, this damn phone keeps pinging. Okay. Yeah, that's because of where he's at, Brother Che.
Yeah. And Steve Blanco is winning.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, Xavier is winning the governor.
Okay.
Barracuda or Barraruda?
No, Beccaria. Beaccera.
Beccerra.
Yeah, Beccaria.
Beccaria.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's up over Tom Steyer and Steve Hilton.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
In the governor's race.
Yeah.
Okay. All righty.
It aligns him. It's over for Black California.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They're gonna overrun the state even more with goddamn illegals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, because he's a Democrat, so they're gonna have the whole state overrun with illegals.
Mm-hmm.
There is somebody named Barack Obama running too. It's fucking hilarious. Ramsey Robinson, he didn't even get 1%. Let's see. There's like 40 people running for governor.
Mm-hmm.
And only 6 of them are even polling more than 1%. Yeah, only 6 of them. No, 7 of them. 7 of them got more than 1% of the vote. But the most noted is Xavier, Tom Punk Ass Sire, Steve Hilton, Chad Bianco, that's the one that's the sheriff, Katie Porter, Matt Mahan, and Mahan. Mahan and Tony Vergaza Villa, Raigiosa.
That sounds like Villa Ragosa.
Yeah, Villa Ragosa. Yeah.
Antonio.
Yep.
Yeah, he was a former mayor of Los Angeles before Karen Bass, I believe.
Yeah, he's at the bottom of the list.
Okay.
He only 2.91% of the vote.
Okay, he's in the right place. Get it?
Yeah. All right, let me finish up TD.
I just want to say that I don't care anything about, let me pull this video down. I don't care anything about, but we're going to pull it back up because it gets more stupid. I don't care anything about Karen Bass being the first Black female mayor.
Welcome back.
This isn't something new. It's not something to celebrate. It doesn't matter. You see this guy right here, Tom Bradley? He was the first Black mayor of Los Angeles from 1973 to 1990.
Yeah, man. I lived through that motherfucker. He ain't did shit.
20 years. Okay, so we're long past any of this. Like, you're the first Black. None of that means anything in 2026, especially when we've already had a first Black mayor, and he not only was he the first Black mayor, but the guy was the mayor of Los Angeles for 2 decades straight. He was unstoppable.
Yep.
Okay.
Right.
So what Karen Bass is saying right now
means
absolutely nothing. But what Kathy Griffin is going to do
next was the LAPD's
is
first Black
just
lieutenant, Tom Bradley.
Atrocious, because she's going to dig in more with, playing in on race, but she's going to fumble over her own words, because what she's going to say is so utterly ridiculous that you're going to notice that she catches it, but then still continues on with it as she tries to pivot. I know I said a lot just now. You're like, well, what could she have possibly said? Let me play it for you. This is lunacy. This is completely crazy.
A citizen observer is.
Okay, let me wind it back. And we're going to start where she says, I'm just talking as a citizen observer.
And I really think a lot of the adversity comes your way because you're a Black woman. And I want to ask you about something sensitive, but in my opinion, just as a citizen observer, is it seems like the city council can be hostile towards you, as well as LA Sheriff's Department and LAPD. Can you talk about how you don't have the power to walk into a precinct and say, okay, I want you to break up protest this way, or, you know, people think you're actually giving a call
First
to
place,
arms
lady,
to
they're
law
not
enforcement
precincts in Los
to
Angeles.
get
They
into the
are
fights they
police
get into
divisions.
downtown LA on a nightly basis, etc. So talk to us about what is, if you can, what it's like dealing with such maybe non-diverse groups as law enforcement, although they are diverse, but there's maybe some white nationalism in law enforcement, is my opinion, and the city council has been messy. So how do you?
She's all over the place. What is she talking about? Understand what she just said. When she said what she said, let me rewind it back. When she was talking about non-diverse people in law enforcement, but there are diverse people in law enforcement. That MK Ultra glitch that you saw happen to her was because that's one of the dumbest things you can say about LAPD, is that LAPD is non-diverse. And there's like, it's a bunch of white nationalist white people in LAPD. That's one of the most idiotic things you can say. LAPD is like the color of the freaking rainbow.
Motherfucker, it's a damn fact. I lived in that goddamn city. Trick, what the fuck are you talking about?
In LAPD.
You pissing me off.
You're more likely to get pulled over by a so-called minority, right? Than you.
Even if that was true, those minorities that serve on the force, they got the same ideology as them white supremacist Ku Klux Klan members.
That is a fact. That is
you are by a white police officer. That's an LAPD officer. Okay, so she understood that when she said that, that was completely ludicrous. That's why she said by non-diverse law enforcement, meaning white police officers. But then she had to reverse it, you know, and then go in a different direction.
No, that's just it, though, Val. It's the commissions that control the department. She cannot. You're right. She's not a real mayor because it's designed that way. The real power rests over the city departments with the commissions, not the mayor, Val.
But she appoints the commissioners.
That is a fact. Yes, sir. She does appoint the commissioners. Yes, sir.
So vicariously, she has power through them.
Right, exactly. So I would call that half a power.
Yeah, like she can live vicariously through the board of directors.
Exactly. Or no, the police commissioners.
Or the police commissioners, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that's for all the city departments, rec and parks, sanitation, the fire department. You see what I'm saying?
Well, it looks like she's up, Nabi. Last I checked, she was up.
Yeah, she was up by a small margin, Navi. The last I checked.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see at the runoff. It looks like it's going to come to a runoff.
Yeah, she's being forced into a runoff. But we'll see, you know, because after we finish our podcast, I'm gonna leave the idiot box on all night and see what it says in the morning.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let me finish this up so we can move to the next topic.
I'm MK Ultra glitching right now. Well, law enforcement is diverse, but maybe there's some, I think, white nationalists in law enforcement. What do you think about that? This is crazy.
Motherfucker, who the hell you think runs the LAPD?
Absurd.
Go back to the Christopher Dorner case. Please go back to the Christopher Dorner case and get educated.
LA on a nightly basis, etc. So talk to us about what is, if you can, what it's like dealing with such maybe non-diverse groups as law enforcement, although they are diverse, but there's maybe some white nationalism in law enforcement, is my opinion, and the city council has been messy. So how do you deal with those elements?
Sure. Well, first of all, I think the greatest misunderstanding, though, is the fact that there's no way a city or a state or a county has power over the federal government. And so what people would like for me to do is people would like for me to make LAPD arrest ICE officers. But what they don't understand, it's not that LAPD is giving me a hard time. LAPD does not have the power to do that. you're not going to have law enforcement agencies going to war with each other. And so it's very important that I do everything I can to protect our immigrant communities, but it's also important for people to understand what I can do and what I can't do. And so what we've done is that many of the immigrant rights groups,
I can't listen to this anymore. I'm finished. I cannot listen to her talk anymore.
Sir,
Once again,
you're not knowing what you're talking about.
This entire interview with her and Kathy Griffin, like I said, this is a bizarre interview and a bizarre way to campaign where you're just making up excuses for why you suck at your job. And at this portion right here, who she was talking to directly was like the far extreme left portion of the Democrat Party, right? Where they expect LAPD to arrest ICE agents. Like, that's a real thing. Like, they were expecting that in Minnesota, right? They were expecting Minneapolis PD. The Minnesota police chief had to come out and say, we cannot arrest ICE agents. Like, liberals really think that. Their constituents really believe that. So now even here, she's not just making excuses to the general population of LA, but now she's speaking to the far, far, far left extreme portion of her party, where she's even making excuses for them, telling them why I couldn't do what you wanted me to do. But we're supposed to vote for her. You're supposed to vote for her. No, you stink at your job, just like Nitya Raman stinks at her job. And we need Spencer Pratt. That's why I voted for Spencer Pratt. And I voted for Stephen Hilton. Okay? We have to beat them at their own game to change the game. And I believe that that is very possible and that is going to happen. Let me take a moment to read my man Dre Harden's message real quick, because Dre Harden, I apologize, man. I don't like when I miss people's super chats. And I want to say it was about 2 streams ago, maybe 3 streams ago, you super chatted and I saw it after the stream was over. So I apologize for that. I don't like to miss super chats whenever, somebody shows me support. So let me read what Dre Harden said here. He said, I haven't said this about myself in a long time. Dre Harden, you've been with me for a long time. He said, TD is a Russian bot. And that I am. I'm a Russian bot created by Vladimir Putin and powered by ChatGPT to push misinformation on the internet and get you all to vote Republican. That's what I am. Okay. TD is a Russian bot, and Bass must be fired, I believe you meant to say, before the next fire. Okay. Brandon Johnson and Karen Bass 2032. Oh no, you meant that. Okay. He said TD is a Russian bot, which is true. And he said Bass must be hired. I was reading, I thought I was correcting you, but I guess you said it the right way. You meant what you said. Bass must be hired before the next fire. Brandon Johnson, Karen Bass, 2032. It's funny that you said that. And I'm glad that you said this, right? Because it reminds me of something I was thinking of today. And I wanted to bring up. In the event, right, that I'm messing up everybody's name today. That's why I'm pausing so much. There's too many names to remember. In the event that my man Spencer Pratt does not advance, I'm having MK. This is like my 5th MK Ultra glitch this stream. But in the event that Spencer Pratt does not advance, which he's going to advance, there's no way he's not going to advance, in my opinion. But in the event that he doesn't, I just want people to know and understand that if he doesn't,
he's in Cali. Yeah.
I can't even fix my mouth to say this. I would be in the LA area, got it. In the November runoff, if it was in between Karen Bass and Nitya Raman, if it was in between those two, I would be forced. I can't even make this come out of my mouth. I would be forced to have to vote for Karen Bass. I even have to whisper it because I can't say it because it sounds crazy. But I would have to in November. Because for people in Los Angeles, you got to understand. And I always say this about Chicago, okay? Always use Chicago as the chief example. They thought it couldn't be, like, if you lunatics are so hell-bent on putting another liberal in office, like they were in Chicago, because they had an opportunity to put in Paul Valles and put law and order in office, but they didn't. They chose Brandon Johnson, all right? And now he's the emperor of the People's Republic of Chicago. They thought that it couldn't get worse, all right? They thought it couldn't get worse than Beetlejuice. right?
Oh,
And you all know what I mean when I say Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
But it did. And they elected Brandon Johnson. It could always be worse. Okay? It could always be worse. And Nithya Raman is the Brandon Johnson in a runoff between her and Karen Bass. She's the Brandon Johnson in that scenario, man. She's the Brandon Johnson. Okay? Nithya Raman is a psychopath. That woman is extreme left. Okay? Far extreme left.
You see it,
Nithya Raman. I can't even imagine her being mayor. That would be devastating. That would be devastating, even to a degree that Karen Bass wouldn't even be able to do. Okay? And for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about when I say Beetlejuice, this is the former mayor of Chicago.
All right.
And all you who live in Chicago, I know you wish you guys still had Lori Lightfoot.
No, goddamn. No, he didn't say that.
I know you guys wish you still had this side profile as your mayor, okay? You wish that side profile was your mayor, but she is not your mayor anymore. Okay? She is not your mayor anymore. You guys chose this guy right here. You guys chose this guy. All right. And like I said, in a runoff between Karen Bass and Nithya Raman, God forbid if that were to happen. Okay. In that scenario, Karen Bass would be Lori Lightfoot, aka Beetlejuice.
I don't think
And
Karen
Nithya
Bass is
Raman
carpet muncher.
would be Emperor Brandon Johnson. So if you think it can't get worse, oh yes it can, ladies and gentlemen. Oh yes it can. And that's why we have to push forward. If you haven't voted today and you live in Los Angeles or in California, because the gubernatorial race is happening as well, man, get out there and please vote Spencer Pratt. Okay? And please vote Steve Hilton. I don't want to have to make a choice in November between Beetlejuice and Brandon Johnson. I really don't want to do that. I really don't want to do that. I want to vote for Spencer Pratt a second time in the runoff. Okay. So with all that being said, no.
Well,
Shout out
she
to my
ain't the
man,
best looking one.
Cutthroat Rod. Appreciate you. He said YouTube just interrupted your live stream for a Democrat commercial. Yeah, I bet. That's hilarious. They interrupted the stream. Who did they have? Was it Karen Bass? You know, or maybe it was Tom Steyer. Tom Steyer's been putting a lot of money into his campaign. But he's gonna lose. You know, at least I think he is. He's gonna lose. He's not gonna even make it to the runoff. He's not gonna make it. It's gonna be between Steve Hilton and the one guy, I forget what his name is, but the Hispanic man that used to work under Gavin Newsom, and he worked in the Biden administration as well. I can't think of what his name is right now, but you guys know who I'm talking about. Anyways, with all that being said, that does it for today's stream. I got to get out of here and shut it down, as you can all see and probably tell. Okay? And for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, Johnson in that scenario, man, she's the Brandon Johnson. Okay? Nithya Raman is a psychopath. That woman is extreme left. Okay? Far extreme left. Nithya Raman. I can't even imagine her being mayor. That would be devastating. That would be devastating. Side profile as your mayor, okay? You wish that side profile was your mayor, but she is not your mayor anymore. Okay? She is not your mayor anymore. You guys chose this guy right here. You guys chose this guy. All right? And like I said,
I don't think she favored mine.
In a runoff between Karen Bass and Nithya Raman, God forbid if that were to happen. Okay, in that scenario, Karen Bass
Val Hawkins
would be Lori Lightfoot, aka Beetlejuice, and Nithya Raman would be Emperor Brandon Johnson. So if you think it can't get worse, oh yes it can, ladies and gentlemen. Oh yes it can. And that's why we have to push forward. If you haven't voted today and you live in Los Angeles or in California, because the gubernatorial race is happening as well, man, get out there and please vote Spencer Pratt. Okay? And please vote Steve Hilton. I don't want to have to make a choice in November between Beetlejuice and Brandon Johnson. I really don't want to do that. I really don't want to do that. I want to vote for Spencer Pratt a second time in the runoff. Okay. So with all that being said, no. Shout out to my man, Cutthroat Rod. Appreciate you.
Awesome.
He said, YouTube just interrupted your live stream for a Democrat.
Oh boy, just got passed up. Steve Hilton coming in. Lead now at 25%. Oh shit. Tom Steyer's at 19.6%. Interesting. Okay.
Commercial. Yeah, that that's hilarious. They interrupted the stream. Who did they have? Was it Karen Bass? You know, or maybe it was Tom Steyer. Tom Steyer's been putting a lot of money into his campaign. But he's gonna lose. You know, at least I think he is. He's gonna lose. He's not gonna even make it to the runoff. He's not gonna make it. It's gonna be between Steve Hilton and the one guy, I forget what his name is, but the Hispanic man that used to work under Gavin Newsom, and he worked in the Biden administration as well. I can't think of what his name is right now, but you guys know who I'm talking about. Anyways, with all that being said, that does it for today's stream. I got to get out of here and shut it down. As you can all see and probably tell, I'm extremely hot. I don't know why it's so hot in this office, but I'm hot. So I got to go and get a glass of water. Thank you all for your time. Hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. And please, most importantly, do not forget to follow me on Telegram.
Yeah, we're sharing his content, Shabaki. This was a whole lot he did.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on, Brother Chow. Stand corrected. He has mentioned you, although he hasn't mentioned me. Okay, but he has mentioned you. But guess what? Something is wrong. The mayor's election is usually in odd years. Bradley was elected in 73. He was reelected in 77. He was reelected in 81. He was reelected in 85. He was reelected in 91. Something is wrong with this LA mayor's race.
Yep.
Yeah, because I'm sitting up here looking at my calendar, man. It says 2026. Wait a minute. The mayor of Los Angeles shouldn't be up for no damn election, man. If anything, they should have had it in 2025 or 2027.
Right.
Something is wrong.
Yeah.
Something is wrong. Yeah, people, yeah, spread that far and wide. I just discovered that.
What happened with Garcetti?
Okay, Gil Garcetti?
No, Eric.
I don't know. He's a former mayor, but I haven't heard of him, man, in years.
No, in regards to his elections, what years did those take place?
Okay, hold on, Brother Chair. I'm pulling it up.
This must have been a recent change. They had a special election or something.
Yeah. Okay, hold on, Brother Chair. I'm about to pull up some information. Okay.
We got Chow.
Garcetti won the primary election. Wait a minute. Okay. Garcetti won the primary election on March 15th, 2013. Once again, an odd year. Okay. Defeating 7 other candidates on the ballot. And Eric Garcetti is the son of former LA DA Gil Garcetti. He defended Wendy Grew had become in second place in the primary in the general election. Shit. In the general election. Okay, first elected in 2013. He won a new term in the primary election on March 7th, 2017. Garcetti is LA's first Jewish man, having been elected at 42. Joe Biden announced he was nominating Garcetti to serve as U.S. ambassador to India on July 9th, 2021. Okay. Prior to his election as mayor, Garcetti served on the city council representing District 13 from 2001 to 2013. He was president of the council from 2006 to 2012. Wait a minute. This motherfucker was born in Los Angeles in 1971.
Yeah. So he's the same
This
age.
motherfucker is also a Rhodes Scholar. And he went to Columbia University. Then he went to Oxford University and the London School of Economics.
Who? Spencer Pratt? Who?
No, Eric Garcetti, Gil Garcetti's son.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay, now, something is wrong with this mayoral race in Los Angeles, people, because they elect the mayor in odd years.
Yeah.
So, by this math, okay, 2017 to 2021. 2021 to 2025. So if anything, Brother Che, they should have had LA mayor's election last year.
Yeah.
Something is very wrong here, people. Something is very, very wrong.
Yep.
Very wrong.
So when did it change?
Hold on. Go up there. Yeah, I gotta go. Why is the city of Los Angeles mayor's election are in even years as opposed to odd years? Now, let's see what lie this motherfucker's going to tell us.
Yeah.
The city of Los Angeles, okay. 2026. Okay, wait a minute. Mayor elections in Los Angeles. You see, they're giving me every goddamn thing, man, except for the fucking question I asked.
Yep.
Now you got a bunch of damn YouTube videos up here and this stupid shit.
Yeah.
Something is very, very wrong here.
I'm giving you the links to share out, Shabaki.
Okay, something is very wrong.
I'm putting them in a private chat. And you should have got that email with that picture.
Okay, I should have got an email with a picture.
Yep.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna go back and check. Okay. Okay, there's the question right there.
What question?
You see the question?
No. I don't. What question?
All right, so the damn AI got to scan it first. Okay.
Yeah, they probably rigged it in her favor.
Yeah, that's what I'm figuring, because Val here says something just ain't right.
Yeah, Gardenius.
Yeah, something not right.
Garcetti still alive, living. Yep.
Yeah, something not right. Something is not right, city of Los Angeles. Something not right.
Yeah, grooming training. Yeah.
The only way I could see this happening in this year, Brother K, if they're doing a special election, but I ain't heard nothing on a special election.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they had to have the special election for Garcetti or something.
There's something not right. There's something not right. Something not right.
Did Garcetti leave early or did he finish out his whole term?
Okay, if he left early, then it would have to be a special election, Brother Che.
So did they have a special election between Karen Bass and Garcetti?
That I don't know.
I have to find out. If that explains why it's not an odd number.
Yeah, something not right.
Or odd years.
Something is not right.
Cow Dog said Los Angeles, aka Los Scandalous.
Yeah, it's a scandalous motherfucker. You right about that, Cow Dog. You'll get no argument from me.
Yeah, the Comrades called it the same thing. They had a whole album called that.
Yeah, and Cow Dog says it's a rig up 100%.
There you go, Kelly.
Something not right, people. Something not right. Something not right. Something not right. And we're not getting a direct answer to our question from this internet. Dan, 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 dan.
All right, so Lady Shay got something.
And then Cow Dog says it's New Orleans up west. Well, Cow Dog, as you know, they got a lot of family in Louisiana.
Yeah, that's very true, Cow Dog. Lady Shay, what are your thoughts? The races in California.
Not over yet, right?
About 50%.
I don't think she's gonna win. It'd be sad if he gets in. I don't think that it's gonna be that great.
She's winning right now.
Also too, I don't think her being in office is gonna be that good either. Everybody else I'm not very concerned about. I'm kind of wondering what's going on with aliens.
It's going horribly. It's a fourth place. We barely got 1% of the vote.
because it's
What's the other bit? What's his name?
He's at
Which where?
I didn't even see Punk ass which where because he's a writer. So it's not even gonna show up. Because he's a writer. Yeah, he's not even gonna show up. Because he's a writer. But it's like 50 people running. At least 20 people are running for mayor right now. I mean, not mayor, governor. Governor and mayor, apparently. Yeah, so I don't know.
yeah, Brother Cherry, yeah. I just discovered that. Let's see if the professor's got some light on that.
Yeah, so I'll move to the next topic. And that is joyless punk ass Reid. All of a sudden, looking like the black grassroots after she was calling us a bunch of Russian bots and disinformation agents about 7 years ago. Around the time we started this platform. So Professor Black Truth gonna give us an update on that.
And fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Flashback.
We have identified at least 5 existing campaigns that are focused on getting Black people to do only one thing, not vote for the Democrats.
And can you name one of those 5 campaigns? I mean, we put up from the report that you're saying that there's a conversation about reparations that has to do with it. There's a criminal justice conversation. Yes. There's an immigration. Go on.
Reparations, immigration, reparations, immigration, and anything that has to do with the criminal justice system. So the reason that the targeting of Kamala around being a cop is important is because anything that hinges on criminal justice becomes a divisive issue.
Very quickly, we're out of time, but how can people tell the difference between the real, genuine thing of Black Lives Matter and the ones that are just designed to make you not vote? How do you even tell?
So you can tell right away by the language that they use most of the time. But if you see anyone who says basically tangibles or you're not getting our vote without us getting something back, you should start to pause and take a better look at what they're saying. Better look at those accounts and seeing what they're saying.
A few moments later.
Apparently, reparations are something that MAGA is in favor of. And now that we know, I think that it's really important for us to act on the information that we have received. Now that we know that a president can, without Congress, without going back to Congress, because who knew? You know, there's a fund that Congress has pre-appropriated, as you will know as a former congressional staffer, that sits there in case there are settlements that the government needs to make, so they don't have to keep going back to Congress every time. Donald Trump has now tasked his Justice Department to dip into that settlement fund to the tune of, and you gave me this information, $1,776, in order to give reparations to the insurrectionists. Well, now that we know, sis, the next time there's a Democratic president, I don't want to hear anything about them not being able to do reparations. I don't want to hear it anymore. Okay, so now that we understand the uses of power, we get to apply to that too. So the next time there's a Democratic president, we don't want to have a commission. We don't want to have Congress do a study. We don't want anyone to do a study. You are going to start issuing reparations to the descendants of African, formerly enslaved African people, to the Tulsa survivors' families, to the families of the survivors of every massacre that has taken place with the government of the United States either standing aside or participating. Because now we know that we can do reparations. So guess what, Papi and Mommy Chulo? The Black people are going to be coming up to the table to get reparations. That's number one.
Somebody pinch me. Did I hear Joy the Joke Reid sitting here saying that she's in favor of reparations? Now, when did this start? Probably about the time it finally dawned on her that MSNBC is not going to be giving her another show. It's going to be very rare that she pops her head in the door to do some sort of panel, but that's going to be about it. They'll have her show up just long enough to say, hey, remember this old fossil who we gave the pink slip to? Yeah, that's dawning on her that pretty much it's over. Now, right off the bat, you see how Joy Reid slipped in there that line about descendants of formerly enslaved African people. Notice how she slipped that in there. Yeah, because she knows that that's what this is really about for her. You got this tether trying to shoehorn in immigrants, and that's what she's trying to do. Oh, yeah, this is going to have to apply to people from Africa, from the Caribbean, from South America. Now, you don't see foundational Black Americans trying to make any sort of claim to what CARICOM is doing. You don't see foundational Black Americans trying to make any sort of claim to what Afro-Britons are saying, or to the few courageous voices in Africa talking about reparations, however ragged that effort there may be. And yet you got Joy Reid over here talking about reparations and saying that it ought to apply to everybody. Well, if you can just claim that you're a descendant of formerly enslaved African people, so American reparations should apply to everyone around the world. That's what she wants, because she knows it doesn't apply to her. And of course, you got that clown Angela Rye. There's another one for you. Angela Rye with lettuce and tomatoes on the side. She's amening this garbage. And you got Andrew Big Bussy Gillum smiling like a punk. This is what these bootlicks and these former white media tools have had to do to try to make themselves seem like they're relevant. They're sitting here trying to hijack our talking points. Now, all of a sudden, the same Joke Reid who was saying from her chest that anyone demanding reparations was a Russian agent, and that these Black women who are talking about reparations or who are talking about how Kamala Harris hasn't done anything for the Black community. Well, Black women would never say that. Clearly, they must be Russian agents. They must be Russian bots. And here we have the same Joy Reid 7 years later. Now she's sitting here talking about reparations, and she's using our verbiage verbatim. She's saying she doesn't want to hear about a study. She doesn't want to hear about the need for a commission. Why? Donald Trump has proven that the Democrats have absolutely no excuse for not stepping up with the money now, because if Trump could do it on his own unilaterally, the Democrats have no excuse. Yeah, how different she's talking compared to how she talked for the years that she had her little show on MSNBC. How come she wasn't talking like this about all of the Democrats' policies? Yeah, she's trying to sit here and say this now because she's trying to make herself relevant. I mean, the nerve of this heifer. She was the main one trying to get people like myself and others in the new Blacc Media deplatformed 7 years ago, because that's what she was trying to do in 2019 when she was saying that all of us were Russian bots. Remember what was going on at that time, family? Your social media, which includes YouTube, could come under attack. Your channels or your feeds could get shut down. You get blocked, the whole nine. So when this melanated immigrant woman was getting on MSNBC and doing the DNC's dirty work and smearing us and defaming us and slandering us and lying about us, and did a whole segment where she put up a graphic on screen that specifically linked foundational Black American and reparations to the phony Russian bots narrative, her goal was to set the stage for the new voices of Blacc Media to get deplatformed, because that's what they were doing at the time, and they still continue to, but they were heavy on that then. If somebody said you were a Russian bot, oh, you find the next day that your entire channel would be terminated, your feed would get cut, you'll be done. The new Blacc Media were the ones who started leveraging the power of social media in order to force a discussion on policies that the Democrats didn't want to have. Things that Joy Reid was staying silent about, things that people like Tiffany Cross were staying silent about. Oh, these two, they only found their spine, allegedly, after they got fired. You know, we don't need people who only figure out how to speak the truth after Massa is no longer giving them a check. That's not the kind of fair weather mouthpieces that we need. And even then, they're not effective mouthpieces. But now, after her plan to have the new voices of Blacc Media has given Joy Reid her walking papers, now she's copying and pasting all of our talking points, and she's doing it shamelessly, trying to pretend as if she was down from the very beginning, when if she had had her way, there wouldn't be talk about reparations at all. And by the way, did you hear how she dropped that cringe-inducing Spanish lingo in there like she did?
So guess what, Papi and Mommy Chulo?
Well, you can take the bootlick out of the white media, but you can't take the white media out of the bootlick. This woman can't even talk about reparations for Black people without going ahead and dropping in some Black-brown unity crap. That's what that is. This is what happens when you've spent all of your adult life being a suck-up and a tool for the white media, when you decide that all of your associations are there and you're going to be making nice and going along with the asinine, colorblind coalition narrative that the white media tried to force feed to the Black community. That's how you get dysfunctional garbage like this. This is how you got Joy Reid sitting here. She can't even speak about reparations for Black people without going ahead and dropping in all of this other nonsense, because that's the kind of stuff that she would do. It would fly just well around the studios at MSNBC. But it looks and sounds as weird, dysfunctional, and out of place as hell when you get out of the cozy confines of that soundstage and out here into the real world. And by the way, speaking of folks who have no place in the real world, poor Cherie Mitchell. Oh, she thought that she was going to get on Joy Reid, and I guess she figured to herself that she was probably going to parlay those appearances into a gig on MSNBC. Oh, but that ain't going to happen. So she sold her soul, sold the soap, and doesn't have anything to show for it. And for her, of all people, to be mentioning the Tulsa Race Massacre, that's sprinkling sugar on crap. She's trying to hide behind the suffering that we endured, which, by the way, when the hell was she on the rampage for this before now? When was she on a crusade about the Tulsa Race Massacre before now? Hell, how many times did she even do any sort of piece on by mentioning things that are relevant and that apply to us so that she can try to piggyback on it as if it has something to do with her when it doesn't. But that's been one of the favorite tactics of these tethers and foreign flags. People like Joy Reid, they sit here talking about slavery and say we, when her folks were not caught up in slavery at all, not even in Africa. They sit here talking about the civil rights movement when their folks showed up when it was over. They sit here talking about the race massacres when their people were still over in Africa or in the Caribbean at that time. And yet they say we. This is all about them trying to find a way to appropriate our place in history so that they can lay claim to things that had nothing to do with them. To them, it's all about the grift. It's all about trying to finesse something. It's all about opportunism. This is the broken loyalty system that you see in Africa and the Caribbean, and they brought that same mess here. That's what's going on. That's what they're doing, and they're doing it shamelessly because that's the culture there. Well, it's not the culture here. What Joy Reid did 7 years ago was a pure dirtbag move. But what she's doing now is vile and reprehensible. She's sitting here, the woman who tried to destroy any sort of demand for reparations, any sort of effort to force reparations into the political discourse. When we were out there doing the work, she was sitting there saying that the government should crack down on us because that's what her piece was meant to start. It was meant to be the springboard for some sort of official action, either by the government or by the corporations who run the government, that they were supposed to crack down on us. This is what she tried to do. And now the exact same Joy Reid who tried to destroy the very people, the only people who were talking about reparations in terms of making that a requirement for our vote. Now here she is talking about, well, Trump wants reparations for the January 6th rioters. There need to be reparations for slavery, but it needs to apply to anyone who claims to be of African descent. Joy Reid's folks were never caught up in slavery anywhere, so she wouldn't qualify for reparations at all. But as Your World once said, America was founded by thieves, slaves, and opportunists. And the immigrants are the opportunists in this scenario. Joy Reid certainly is. Because prior to now, the only time she talked about reparations was to attack it and to attack the people who were demanding it. She certainly wasn't talking about reparations as something that the Democrats have no excuse to not do in 2020. She didn't say in 2024, well, Democrats have no excuse not to do it. She didn't even express an interest in it. And she didn't have an interest in it for the 2026 midterms. And she's not saying anybody who wants to run for president in 2028 has to actually talk about reparations and how they're going to get it done. Her momentary bout of support for reparations is going to evaporate as soon as she realizes, no, the black grassroots are all over this one. You are not going to be shoehorning your way into reparations. She needs to be talking to her kinfolk over there in Africa or in Guyana and telling them, hey, how can I get to be a part of that? Because I don't really have anything with this reparations claim in the U.S. She was finished as soon as she's talking this reparations should apply to everybody nonsense. Because if reparations applies to everyone, then it doesn't apply to anyone. But of course, because she's still just basically a meat puppet for white power, she made sure not to actually say that the black vote needs to be linked directly to the demands that we make. No reparations, no vote. Now, she's not doing that because you see, when it comes to linking your demands to your vote, you're supposed to do that for things like illegal aliens because immigrants like Joy Reid can understand that particular policy. You're supposed to do it for things like abortion, even though Joy Reid is way past childbearing years. She still wants to stomp hard for that one. You're supposed to do it for all of the white left's little pet issues. But when it comes to black people's righteous demands, what we are due, what we are overdue on, all of a sudden, well, that's just something that she likes to spitball the idea. Well, Democrats have no excuse. But what is the punishment going to be if Democrats refuse to do it? Well, you still got to vote anyway because, the Republicans are too dangerous, don't you know? Joy Reid is a self-serving opportunist and not a very bright one. This is a woman who has only waved the flag for herself and herself alone. This scurrilous scumbag, she saw what happened in California, and she never called out Gavin Newsom for having sabotaged the establishment of a Freedmen's Bureau out there. And she definitely never mentioned how reparations as established in California was specifically limited to those from a particular lineage and a specific time frame. Well, I guess that's why she felt comfortable dropping some Spanish lingo into the conversation, just like Alexandria Cortez when she decided to start running her own buck-toothed mouth on this issue. Why, you can't have reparations just for black people. You have to have reparations for Hispanic people too. Why, Hispanic people were mistreated. This ain't about no doggone mistreatment. And on top of that, how many of those Hispanic people identify as white? So that's the game that they're trying to play. They're trying to sit here and to turn back the clock, and they're trying to rewrite their own page in history so that they can swing on the coattails of our lineage, and we're not having it. Joy Reid's father is from the Congo, her mother's from Guyana, and neither one of them was in the U.S. until the 1960s. So don't let her run that lie by omission where she tries to take weasel words like descendants of enslaved African people and try to make it seem like it's descendants of American slaves. They're not the same thing. But that's the same con game that A-Dunce tried to run too, you'll recall. Joy Reid is an absolute feckless, shameless grifter. She's bogus, and the reparations issue in America doesn't apply to her, and she knows it. But as her former white paymaster showed her, you just have to try to bogart your way into the conversation. Just go ahead and lie. Just go ahead and try to bestow legitimacy on yourself to speak on issues that have nothing to do with you. That's what she's trying to do, to confuse the discussion, try to muddy the waters. When these people from Africa do something, they declare to the world, I'm Nigerian, I'm Kenyan, I'm Congolese, I'm from Niger, Sudan, South Africa, Guyana, Zimbabwe, you name it. Anything that they do is a win for their specific group and their group alone. They don't sit there and say, when we talk about reparations for the Caribbean, we need to make sure that Black Americans are included in that too. This is about all enslaved African people's descendants, all of the descendants of enslaved African people. No, they say, no, this is just about Jamaica. That's all it's about. This is just about the Caribbean. That's all it's about. And that's fine. They have the right to do so. And what we're doing is specifically about Black Americans whose ancestry is traced back to the killing fields of the American South. It's not about anybody else. The same way that all of these other groups expect for us to respect their justice claim as specifically for themselves and not to include us, that is the same way that we require them to respect our justice claim as specifically for us, and it does not apply to them. Because one of, if not the biggest problem that these African and Caribbean groups have is that they don't wave the flag for Black. They wave it for their own tribe in Africa, or they wave it for whatever European country they were colonized by in the Caribbean. We were the only ones out here trying to get everybody on code, but everybody else was fighting against us, including Joy Reid. But now the white supremacy is on the march, and we've delineated. So all these other folks, they're going to have to swing on their own. Now, all of a sudden, those same immigrants are trying to take off their tribal uniforms and talk this we stuff. No chance. Nah, Joy Reid, don't try to switch it up now just because the enemy that you were snuggling up with has his foot up your duplicitous, treasonous rump, and you're looking for a way out. You chose your team. When you were attacking reparations, when you were attacking the lineage, you were showing everyone exactly where you stand and what you believe. And for a while, you thought that you had gotten away with it, because after all, Massa was still paying you. And you were fine with it under those circumstances. But now that Massa has kicked you out of the big house and isn't going to feed you anymore, now you got something to say. Oh, now you're changing your tune. Joy Reid has no idea how ridiculous she looks and sounds to the Black grassroots that she's attempting to try to exploit and get over on. When she talks about Trump pushing for reparations for white terrorists and how weird that is, she doesn't seem to understand that it's just as bogus and just as weird when she talks about it for herself. Tethers are doing an about face on the issue just like Trump did, because they're all birds of a feather. They're all operating out of the same playbook and for the exact same cause. Joy Reid was the main one who used her MSNBC show to attack foundational Black Americans and to say that anyone who supported reparations was a Russian agent. Then how come she's doing it now? Doesn't she need to go ahead and own up to it? At the very least, she knows that that's what everybody's going to say. But this is the same thing that Roland Martin does, using our talking points, using our verbiage, and doing it wrong, by the way. This woman's clout chasing, and she can't even get that right. These people, these bootlicks, they're trying to reinvent themselves. That's what they're trying to do, but nobody's fooled. And you can't help but notice that she doesn't say a word about foundational Black Americans. She doesn't acknowledge the lineage at all. She can't afford to, because that would ruin her narrative. So she talks about reparations without mentioning the people who she attacked for demanding reparations. The fact she's doing this at all is no accident in my book. She's still a puppet for white supremacy, still a shill for the white media, or at least she's hoping to get back on board with them. Just like roly-poly, all these clowns are pining away in the desperate hope that some white producer or executive will see their shameless butt kissing and think to themselves, you know what, let's go ahead and give her a weekend show. Or maybe she can finesse herself a consulting gig with the DNC. I hear Jim Clyburn really loves that kind of thing. But this is what she's up to. Her talking about reparations is not meant to help us, obviously. But in the aggregate, it's not meant to help Black people at all either. Family, this is what we've seen with all these bootlick shills, agents, and ops. When we came on the scene, you had all these clowns, especially the ones who worked for some white media company like these radio stations like Angela Rye, or the TV networks like Joke Reid. They talked real trash about the Black grassroots. They talked about us like dogs because white daddy was feeding them at the time. White daddy was paying their bills. And they all think the white daddy will never cut them loose. The white daddy loves them. But of course, he always does and always will, because white supremacy only has a shelf life of a few years for their tools. And when they're done with their tools, they break their tools. They inevitably get their walking papers. Or in many cases, they finally figure out that the crap they were talking is being ignored by everybody else. That's what happens when they lose their little cable network show, or they get canned from whatever radio station that they were at. All of a sudden, they decide to change their rhetoric as they try to sound more like us. But we will never start to talk like them, because that would mean we would have to be talking stupid. And sure, they get clowned for it. They know nobody's going to take them completely seriously. But the thing about creeps like Joy Reid is that she didn't have any credibility to begin with. So as she sees it, she's got nothing to lose. But family, you deserve to take a bow on this one. You're the reason that this happened. Joy Reid got canned from MSNBC. She's trying to make herself relevant, and she's trying to do so by hopping on the back of the movement that you have been the engine of. You've been the ones who made it where reparations was forced into a political discourse that Joy Reid tried to lock us out of. And now here she is calling herself, saying, oh, reparations, I was down with it from the very beginning. Reparations, the Democrats have no excuse for not stepping up now. This is an idea whose time has come. Oh, it is an idea whose time has come. In fact, it's long overdue, but not for Joy Reid. Reparations are about repairing and restoring. But unfortunately for Joy Reid, there is no way to repair an integrity that was never there to begin with. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Ikikis Dorset, Sa, salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right.
Speaking of protections, you know what the case with Karmelo Anthony has started.
All right, before we get to that, we got thoughts on the last topic. Shabaka, are you still there? Shabaka.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still trying to find out when did they switch the mayor of LA's elections from odd years to even years.
That's my thoughts.
Yeah.
She's a flake, and she's not. She's Caribbean.
Okay, and once the fuck again.
Not FDA, so she'll call
It ain't giving me a straight answer.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. I found the answer. Okay. Now if I can get okay. Mayoral election in Los Angeles 2022. Karen Bass defeated Ricc Caruso in an opposition election for mayor of LA. And on November 2nd, 2022, the candidates advanced from the June 7th primary election since neither received 50% of the vote. Incumbent Mayor Eric Garcetti could not run for re-election due to term limits. Okay. All right, wait a minute. Okay. Now they got some shit in here, man. Okay. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, now they saying here, man, is that the first even year election for LA mayor since 2015 passage of Charter 1 Amendment 1, which shifted city elections to even numbered years beginning in 2020. Okay, so there's our answer right there. Yeah, so the LA City Council did that shit. Okay. All right. Found our answer. Okay.
Okay, what's the answer?
Huh?
What's the answer?
Okay, they changed the LA City Charter through an amendment to do that.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so moving along.
And I think, okay, now let me say this here about that before we get to that. Okay, I think they did that, Brother Chase, because they figured that if they run it with the governor's election, more people will turn out as opposed to an odd year when the city of LA would just be running for mayor on its own. It won't be attached to no major election at the state level, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's how it was in Denver.
Yeah, see. So in other words, there's some more bullshit in the game, people, with these goddamn politicians. They didn't do that for the city of Los Angeles. They did that shit for themselves, not for the people. Yep. Okay, that explains that. Oh.
So we're gonna give us an update on this trial, Karmelo Anthony, that just started.
As we know down there in Texas, that self-defense case with Karmelo Anthony has started down there. Now, again, the white supremacists love talking about self-defense until it's us defending ourselves against them. And the white supremacists, they're running down there, copping pleas and whining, talking about how the court system favors black people over whites. Well, they're just saying anything. They're just saying a whole bunch of absurd nonsense. That whole absurdity of that we get some kind of systemic advantage, that's just ridiculous. That's called projection. The entire architecture of the American judicial system, from racial disparities in sentencing and overcharging by prosecutors, that was all designed to criminalize and suppress black life. You know, they know the statistics. They know that when a black person is the defendant and the victim is white, the system is statistically engineered to basically pursue the maximum possible penalty. So to claim that we get some kind of advantage, that's a bad faith inversion of reality. That's a gaslighting tactic. So a lot of these white supremacists, they got a very vested interest in this Karmelo case. They're furious about this case because Karmelo, he was utilizing the legal framework that the white supremacists kept talking about. If somebody pulls up on you and puts their hands on you, you can defend yourself by all means. That's what the white supremacists told us. That's what they told us with Jordan Neely. Excuse me. Hell, that's what they just told us with the damn case with Ricc Chow. A black kid running away. Okay, that's a threat. You can use lethal force. So now this person is a threat to Karmelo Anthony. All of a sudden, he can't use force to defend himself. Yeah, when Kyle Rittenhouse and Daniel Penny, they engage in lethal violence, the dominant society, they parade these people around as heroes. When a black kid who's a 3.7 GPA student with no record who's clean as a whistle, he had to defend his life against an altercation. They demand that he gets thrown under the jail, and they're mad because the community helped bail him out. They don't think that we have the same basic human right to self-preservation. Damn that. See, the criminal system, the justice system, they've always placed a premium on white life and devalued Black life. You see, these extremists, they don't care about justice. They're offended by the idea that a Black teen surviving an altercation with a white teen, he came out on top. You think? That's a disruption of the racial hierarchy. See, they got to manufacture white tea grievance and white tea victimhood. See, these white tea supremacists, they're watching this case like a hawk because their entire framework requires a constant supply of white tea victimhood narratives. See, again, the demographics of the country is starting to shift. So, excuse me, the white supremacists, they're desperate to paint themselves as a persecuted minority. So they want to use this Karmelo Anthony situation as propaganda to fuel the great replacement, anti-Black replacement theories. They need a high-profile case to point to say, okay, we need to fundraise and recruit to say, hey, the system is against us when you basically control the system. Excuse me. It's heavy. And what they want to do, they want to frame neutrality as anti-white bias because they haven't been able to just railroad Karmelo like they're used to. See, right now he's getting somewhat of a fair trial. We raised money for him to get him out, to bail him out because he's a good kid. They didn't do no high amount of bail and they didn't have a no bail for him. He's getting treated fairly, and we're making sure that he's treated fairly. And they don't like that. They do not like neutrality at all. They look at that as being anti-white because they're so accustomed to the justice system working exclusively in their favor. Any semblance of a fair trial, that feels like oppression to them. If a judge grants a Black defendant a bond based on a clean record and his academic standing, yeah, he should get a bond. That kid didn't. He's clean as a whistle. Good kid, suburban kid, smart kid, no criminal record whatsoever. Of course you should get a bond. Oh no, God, oh God. Fear of a Black Planet, dude. We're turning into Planet of the goddamn Apes, dude. The white seats, they're crying foul. They're crying foul. You see? They've tried to frame a standard legal procedure as preferential treatment. You know, they start whining about the judge and all that stuff. Oh God, the system is rigged against us, dude. You don't like the white man. Come on, dude. Shut up. So yeah, there's a fear of unapologetic foundational Black Americans. What terrifies these people is that foundational Black Americans who don't fit their caricatures, who refuse to just lay down and become a victim, they don't like that. Karmelo was a track and football captain with a clean record and a bright future. The system and these outside agitators, they don't know how to process a situation where a foundational Black American teen asserted his right to exist and defended himself from hostile, suspected white tea supremacists. That's why they're watching this case real carefully, because they want to establish a firm legal precedent. No matter what your background is, no matter what your grades are, no matter the threat you face, a Black person, you're never supposed to be legally justified in defending yourself against the dominant society. This is why we got to get a crime bill, family. That has to be a priority. We really got to prioritize that. We have to prioritize that, and we got to stomp hard on that. Let me get some of the family in here. Let me get some of the family. Y'all raise your hand, family. Let me get y'all in here. Man, you say you talked to a lawyer, and he said we need an international lawyer. You get a lawyer here, man. Let me see. But yeah, it's time for us to take action out here in these streets. Yeah, we really need to start thinking about how we need to approach Nashville. All right. We need to think how we're going to approach Nashville. Let me see. Yeah, somebody said stay away from Ben Crump. Man. Let me see who we got. Raise your hands, family. Let me talk to you. We got a lot of people in here. Let's get Mr. Allstare. He's raising his hand. Yeah, y'all can come on out to Nashville, man. How far is Nashville to drive from Atlanta? I know it ain't that far because I know we drove. I was with my brother LA Snow back in the day. We drove from Atlanta to Memphis. It wasn't that long.
What's going on, brother?
Hey, Allstare, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I did follow the trial, and I'm gonna tell you, the prosecution did a terrible job.
Oh, really?
I really believe they did. And you know, first of all, this guy should have been found guilty of.
Right.
You know, he should have been found guilty, but they should have at least tried to add in the manslaughter charges and everything, which they didn't, and everything else. It's almost like they half-heartedly tried this case and everything else. And the fact that there were no black jurors, it was a wrap. It was a wrap.
Oh, there was no black jurors, huh? That's what I thought.
Zero.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that in this Karmelo Anthony case that there is at least maybe 3 or at least 4 black jurors in there, because if he can get that, most likely he'll get acquitted.
Yeah. And a very good point. Thank you. And hopefully the black jurors are foundational black Americans. All right. Be very clear. These people know lineage. They'll go say, okay, look, there's black jurors, and put a bunch of tethers on there, and you still in hot water. All right. That's what they did with the Trayvon Martin case. They kept saying, oh, it's not an all white jury. There's a woman of color on there. So yeah, it's not. It's a fair. It's a fair jury. There's a woman of color. She was a damn Puerto Rican tether who went along with the bullshit. She was a damn Puerto Rican, and she went along with it. And it said, "Well, I didn't have a choice. I didn't want to, but they made me go along with not guilty. They made me." She up here copping pleas. She wasn't gonna stand up. We get some. We're gonna go for the bullshit. We're gonna say, hell no. We be deadlocked in this bitch if y'all gonna try to railroad somebody. We're going there and shut it down. We're going there and make people stand on business. Yeah. Yeah, they'll do that. Y'all remember, see, the dominant society, they know who to get. They know how to get tethers and people who have vitriol towards the black community who got melanin. I want y'all to understand, they're very strategic. They know who to get. They understand the science of the community. See, we're just now learning it. This is why delineation is very important. Y'all remember Walter Scott, that case? Remember the Walter Scott case? Remember the first trial, I think it was it deadlocked? The first trial, the local trial, where the officer unalived Walter Scott out there in South Carolina, right? That was deadlocked. I think they ended up getting him on a federal. When the trial went to federal, they got him there. But remember, it got deadlocked in the local trial. And we saw some of the people they had. The trial foreman was a quote black dude, but he was a big old punk. He was a big sassy punk. Probably had a zaddy. And he was in there explaining. Remember? Yeah, we called him out years ago for that. Yeah, this big old punk. Like, there were people like, hey, man, how come y'all didn't find this dude guilty? Well, see, there's a lot of stuff y'all don't understand, okay? See, y'all weren't there. We were there. We saw the evidence. So there was a lot of confusion. You see, y'all saw it on TV, but we got to touch the weapon and smell it. And he was talking like that. We're like, this punk. They're gonna elevate his ass as the foreman. And I think the dude, that punk, had some cases. He had some cases pending over him that they were holding over his. It sounded like they coerced his ass to kind of put a monkey wrench in the trial to a certain degree. Yeah, but I found out, he had some kind of weird cases that they were holding over his head, right? Right? Y'all remember that? Y'all look that up. Yeah, he had some kind of weird little charges that they were holding over his head, so they threw him out there as the jury foreman. And he out here explaining, see, y'all weren't there, okay? We saw the forensics, we saw the evidence, we saw the autopsies, we saw it all. See, y'all don't understand. That's what we do. Man, sit your ass down, nigga. See, they know who to get. So we got to watch that, you know? we got to watch all that. Man. Yeah, he's talking about, we got to touch it. The hell? What is this punk talking about? The hell, man? Yeah, good grief. What's up, Either Real? I see you, dear. Man. Let me see. Y'all raise your hand. Let me get the family in here. Y'all raise your hands, family. Raise your hands. Let's get 6. Brother 6 in here. You got your hand up. 6, hop on in, 6. Shout out to the drum gift. Brother 6, what's up, man?
Hey, how you doing, Tariq?
I'm good, man. What's on your mind?
Oh, nothing, man. Unfortunately, man, this case, I ask all my brothers and sisters, don't let this case get you discouraged.
Right.
Don't let this get you discouraged at all. We've seen this before with, unfortunately, this makes a decade for Trayvon Martin.
Yeah, a little over a decade. Trayvon Martin.
Yeah, I would say about 15 years, a little bit, or something like that.
Yeah.
But it's unfortunately, and the guy that came up before, he kind of answered the question because I was sort of wondering about that juror.
Yeah.
You know, because it sounds all shaky and stuff. But at the same time, I kind of hear what he was talking about with the prosecutor because I seen the black guy, the black dude got up there. You know, he kind of like, I don't know, just put, and instead of just putting on the act kind of sort of, instead of just going straight for justice. I mean, everybody else was straight, but it seemed like when he got up there, it's like he was kind of putting too much on it. If I would say myself.
There you go. All right, thank you, 6. I appreciate you, bro. James, let's get James in here. Y'all raise your hands. Y'all want to get up. All right. James. All right, James ain't ready. Let me get James out real quick. Now, y'all raise your hands. All right, raise your hands, raise your hands, raise your hands, raise your hands. If you want to get on up, Midwest Native. Let's get Midwest Native in the building. Midwest Native, hop on in.
How you doing, sir?
I'm good, Midwest. How you doing, brother?
Man, I'm good, brother. Man, I met you down here in Milwaukee. I brought my lady, and you walked past me. You dapped me up. You a real man.
Yes, sir. I respect that, man. Love to that. How's your lady doing?
Good, bro. Man, I love you, bro. I've been watching you since right when Ustream started.
Yes.
I've been watching you for a long time.
Man, love that. Respect that, man. Shout out to you and your lady, brother. Respect. Dreddy, what's up, Dreddy?
What's going on with you, OG?
What's up, Dreddy? How you been, brother?
Man, down here in Western North Carolina, man. Let me tell you what's going on, man.
What's the vibe out there, brother? Let us know. Boots on the ground. What's up?
Listen, when I'm talking about pulling up is in full effect. We just had a situation down here in Shelby, North Carolina, right down the road from where I stay at.
Yeah.
Where they had an officer brutally basically punch a sister in the face on camera.
Yeah.
And it was the brothers. The brothers stepped up first and got it popping on the square out there. And they ended up charging the officer. And they actually got the sister. They tried to charge the sister. They tried to charge the sister with assaulting the officer.
Wow.
But they dropped those charges.
Good.
And they got her out that same day. I mean, we had the precincts around it. We had City Hall surrounded.
Come on.
And, right now they got the SBI involved in that, man. So, it's like right now they got the officer charged, and we're really trying to get more with that because they gave him a bond of like 10 racks. And we was just like, that's disgusting. And guess who they got to come down here, bro? Guess who they got to come down here? And I try to tell people, man, don't do it. Ben Crump. Ben Crump. Shout out to the homies out there in Shelby, though, bro. My homie, God, what's his name? A-Code, Nasir, and all those dudes, man, down there. They ain't held it down. When black women talk about black men not standing, I'm trying to tell you, these brothers was on the scene hot. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they hit me. Like, I saw it come across my feed. I looked at my wife. I was like, I got to go. I'm about to go down there with my brothers and stand with them. And we was on the square with that.
Man, that's beautiful. I love it, man. Yeah, that's why they got them charges on them, because the community, the brothers was standing up. That's what it has to do. It got to be like that.
And I'm gonna tell you where it really got gritty at. My people, my community, the streets, they had the officer's address within minutes.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, we wasn't playing, Brody. We wasn't playing.
Man, my man. But keep us posted. Let us know everything that's happening out there, brother.
Will do, brother. Just hit me. I got you.
No doubt. That's why pulling up is important, man. This is what I'm saying. Getting out here in these streets. We're going to have to put boots on the ground, getting out here to Nashville, all these places. Damn, all this. These folks on a damn warpath. These folks are, man, these white supremacists, these people are making desperate plays. Enough is enough. It's going to have to be another pull-up summer. That's what it's going to have to be. Shout out to Brother Dreddy. He stays on the square. All right. And Chud is still locked up again. Yeah, man. But I'm really looking at Nashville. Nashville, that should be ground zero for the new civil rights movement. You know what I'm saying? To get a foundational Black American crime bill. That should be the catalyst of it. Go right down there on their doorsteps and put that whole area on Front Street. Y'all let this man run around here terrorizing this whole county. We need a crime bill because of all of your actions and inactions. All right? Yeah, y'all trying to play catch up, and after the fact, we told y'all what Chud was going to do. You see? We told y'all what he was going to do, and he was trying to set a nationwide precedent. That again, that's why immediately after Chud, they tried to be some copycats. Unfortunately for them, they tried to pull that in the wrong city. Some fool, and I played the video last week. That fool tried to go up to Chicago and pull a Chud and walk up on people downtown Chicago, calling them the N-word, and they nipped that in the bud within 2 minutes. So yeah, that wasn't going on too long. That wasn't going to go on at all. That got nipped in the bud immediately. Yeah. And shout out to the brothers out there in North Carolina getting that race soldier out the Peyton, just pulling up on that sister, socking her up like that. Hell no. Hell no. Man, y'all want to let's get the family on up here. Get the family on up. Y'all raise your hand. Let me talk to you. But yo, let's politic and brainstorm, family, about what we can do as far as Nashville. Let's throw some ideas and just kind of think tank it. What would be the best approach? And I'm trying to come up with some ideas as I'm trying to finish this damn film. Let me see who we got. Let's see. Who is this? Black somebody. Who is this? Black America? Hop on, Black America. Black America, hop on it, sir.
How you doing, brother?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Doing good. I'm glad to see that our people are waking up as far as standing on, have been on code, and I just see the flare up of a movement, and I just want to thank you for the work that you're doing, brother.
Respect.
I know your time is important, so I don't want to take too much of it. Did you see what happened to Tom Sawyer getting called out there in LA for basically double talking on reparations, and then his car got checked to where he needed to be escorted out the building.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He came out here with that, and yeah, they started jumping on his car.
Right. That was a beautiful thing to see, brother.
Yes,
and
it was.
I'm just glad. No reparations, no vote. And you already know how this go, brother. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, he went out here kind of babbling and talking this weird language about reparations. Boy, they ran him. I don't know why he thought he was going to come down to the hood. They ran him up out of there so fast. What the hell you think going to happen? You don't come out here with that bullshit. He came down to the hood of LA with some bullshit. Man, he lucky he made it out of there. You lucky you made it out of there, dude. Come on, ain't nobody playing out here. They got him up out of there real quick. They about to take the tires off his car and take his catalytic converter out that bit. They about to strip the car down and make his ass take an Uber. They about to get on his ass. Nigga, the block was about to light his ass up out here. These are not playing this niggas on earth. They don't play at all out here. These LA dudes do not play whatsoever. So yeah, these politicians, they've been trying to walk around, and Karen Bass was at the SWAT meet, and they're doing a lot of community outreach. Again, they set up voting booths at the Hidden History Museum. They know how respected it is, and they designated it as a voting place, which is cool. I'm cool. People come on in and exercise your right to vote. Come on in and exercise your right to vote. We're doing what we can for the community. And if you're in LA, come on down tomorrow if you want to vote. Excuse me. But yeah, Karen Bass at the SWAT meet. Yeah, she went up there to the SWAT meet and all that old shit. And I'm like, okay. Well, was she at Roscoe's too? Yeah, they do the whole little hood tour. Yeah. I'm not gonna say who to vote for. You vote for whoever you want to vote for. I don't want people to think I'm trying to get folks to lean a certain way, because again, the museum is a designated voting poll area. Yeah. So y'all come on down and get your vote on. Let me see. Raise your hand, ladies and gentlemen. Raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Raise your hands. Let's get y'all in here. We got a lot of people in here. Who is this? Yodelehi-hoo? Yodelehi-hoo. Just weird names, and I'm just getting you in here. Yodelehi-hoo, what's up, man? All right. Yodelehi-hoo.
Have a nice night.
Not saying nothing.
Brother Che.
Let's get Luther. I'm just getting random people in here. Luther. It's a lot of folks in here. Let me see. Who is this? Who is this person here? Somebody trying to get up. Who is this?
Hey, what y'all doing?
Hey, Tay, what's up, dear?
Hey, what y'all doing?
What do you think the most?
Hey, Tay, what's up, dear? Oh, what's all this echo stuff?
That's that guy over there, man. I don't know, man.
How many of y'all is it? Shit.
It's about 6 of us over here.
Oh, okay. I can't see nobody. I don't know what's going on, man. Y'all good over there, bro?
Yeah, where you from?
I'm from LA. I don't know who's who, man. It's a whole bunch of y'all in here. I can't see nothing.
Oh, my fault, bro. Well, up.
Okay, y'all
from Afghanistan.
Okay, hold on, man. God damn, y'all all okay. How to get y'all up out of here? I'm trying to get y'all out of here. I can't get none of y'all out of here.
What the fuck?
Get y'all asses out of here. Shit, weirdo. Asking me weird questions.
We'll work for you. Nah, then else will do. I got that rule work for you. And reservations for 2. Rule work for you. Nothing else will do. I got that rule work for you. And reservations for 2. I got that rule work for you. Nothing else will do. I got that rule work for you. And reservations for 2. Stepped out clean, I'm fresh out the door. Natural sin, but it's hitting like more. Confidence high, got me walking real slow. Every move got a vibe, let it flow. Cut your ass from across the room. You smile back, yeah, you felt it too. Ain't no pressure, just energy speaking. But you're leaning in like you've been seeking. I ain't gotta say much, you can feel that glow. It's deeper than the surface, it's something in my soul. From the roots to the skin, yeah, it's all aligned. Now you right here vibing in my time.
Line. Oh my God, this is so stupid. Oh.
Light bulb.
That's what you said.
But what? We singing that song? No, I want a couple. She's too expensive. That's me silly.
Yeah.
Sorry. You said pressure. It's a whole thing. It was a whole thing right there. That's my thoughts, cuz. I didn't know he became a voting section. No, what's his feel about that? I guess I don't know what to feel about it because Mr. told you vote for tangibles, and yet you got a fucking voting booth outside his building. I don't know what to think. Hi, Matt. I don't know. I don't know because I don't really think anybody's good enough to be the mayor. The mayor hasn't done shit anyway. I don't think she deserves another 4 fucking years. I don't think anybody who's been sitting there who's failed or done a piss poor job shit get to ride out another 2 to 4 to 6 years. You know? Jesse.
Yeah.
You hear Jesse snoring? Move the topic, cuz. Let it take over.
No.
I feel like it.
No.
Go ahead.
Okay, Chow knows that. All right, so the next topic is Asian store owner acquitted in South Carolina after doing this. Until we go a bit on that.
Yeah, I was like, man, maybe we should burn this building down.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like 1992 up in this bitch.
Oh yeah, y'all talking about this case that we got to touch on. Let's touch on that. We got to talk about this case out there in South Carolina. A case involving an Asian man named Ricc Chow. All right. A lot of people are talking about this case. There was a case involving a 14-year-old child, and we're calling him a child because you are a child, a kid named Cyrus Belton. This was in South Carolina. This child is basically another rehashing of the Latasha Harling's case. You go into an Asian-run store. This child, Cyrus, 14 years old, black child, he was accused of shoplifting a damn water bottle, which he didn't even shoplift. All right, let's get something straight. This kid did not steal anything. This kid didn't steal anything. They looked at the surveillance video. He looked in the freezer, picked up some water and put it back and just left. And they assumed he stole something. And then they ran after him and pew-pewed this kid in the back and unalived him. All right. And then they tried to say that he had a pew-pew with him, but he didn't point the pew-pew at nobody. They tried to say he had a pew-pew with him. That's questionable. That's some questionable stuff. But they unalived this kid. It wasn't no self-defense because the kid was leaving. He saw that these folks was on his bumper and they pew-pewed this kid in the back. So there was a trial and that jury said, okay, this Asian man, Ricc Chow, is not guilty. So this is just like the Latasha Harling situation. It's another case of that. Hold on one second. I'm getting emails and stuff like that. Hold on one second. So listen. Man, what did I say? Hold on one second. Y'all bear with me. All right. Y'all bear with me. 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Y'all bear with me 1 second. Okay, I'm just sending somebody an email because we got a lot of stuff going on at the museum tomorrow. Hold on one. 30 p.m. All right. Sorry about that, guys. All right. Sorry about that. So anyway, I'm talking about this case. Sorry about that. I'm just, people are emailing me about the museum tomorrow. But as far as this case, like I said, man, this case with this Asian guy, we got to understand something, family. This is why that whole minority coalition nonsense, I ain't on that. You don't need to be on that. Ain't no damn minority coalition, family. I want y'all to understand the big picture here. I want y'all to understand the big picture. The dominant society, they are empowering their buffer class. See, the dominant YT society, they like to position non-Black groups as buffer class entities. They give these people provisional privileges. They give them economic access, legal protections, basically so they can manage, police, and extract resources from Black neighborhoods. So they act as proxies for systematic anti-Blackness. And again, like we said before, the Latasha Harling thing, that was the blueprint. That was the precedent set in Los Angeles when this woman named Soon Jadu, she falsely accused the 15-year-old Black girl of stealing a $1.79 bottle of juice, which she didn't. The girl paid for it and then shot or pew-pewed this girl in the back of the head before she left. I love TikTok Shop. And the dominant society gave this Asian woman probation. She let this Asian woman walk free. Now the streets turned up a little bit. That store, well, it wasn't there no more. I just say that. I'm not going to say too much, but yeah. The community made sure that store would never do business again. Yeah, that store got taken up out of here. And then Soon Jadu, she bounced. She had to leave the community. All right. And also understand some of that tied into the whole uprising too. All right. That tied in there. That was one of the reasons the uprising happened in LA too. The Rodney King verdict was just the damn match. But that Latasha Harling, people were still salty over that. So the Rodney King thing was like, okay, enough is enough. Enough is enough. Diabetic with a sweet tooth, hop on in, Diabetic. Hop on in and please be applicable to the conversation, please. Diabetic, what's up, What's up,
Hey, what's up, Ricc? Can I ask you a question related to finance? I know it's a little off topic, but
not now. See, no. Y'all don't do that. When we're talking about something, y'all let's stick to the topic, please. Please don't do that. We're talking about something. We're on a topic right now, okay? All right. I just said, whatever you have to say, make it applicable to what we're talking about. Y'all stop saying, hey, let me up. Y'all be in the room, in the chat. Let me up. And then you get up here and say some bullshit. Don't do that. Hey, let me up, Ricc. I got something deep. Let me up. All right, here. Okay, what you got to say? It's a clause. Okay, come on now. Come on. All right. We don't want to get off topic. We're trying to make a point here. All right. Like I said, this situation is basically like that, the Latasha Harling situation. They're sending a systemic message that you'll be protected by the state if you are a non-Black person who eliminates a Black youth. You understand? For any reason. Just like the Peter Liang thing. Remember Peter Liang out there in New York City? He was a New York City officer, Asian guy. He unalived a Kai Gurley, and the Kai Gurley was Caribbean, by the way, but we still rode for a Kai Gurley because we weren't rocking with those Asians attacking a black person. So a Kai Gurley was pew-pewed in a stairwell, and the whole Asian community all around the country got together to protect this guy, talking about, hey, he's a scapegoat. It was a mistake and all this stuff. The whole Asian community got together to protect Peter Liang and shield him. And the media was protecting him in the whole nine, and nothing happened to him. You see? See, they like to criminalize the victim to justify these executions. See, the legal system, they immediately pivot into criminalizing the black victim to justify the violence. Like in this Ricc Chow case, they were talking about the 14-year-old having a pew-pew even though he was fleeing. They said he dropped the weapon. He never pointed no weapon at nobody. He never shot back or pew-pewed back. I love TikTok Shop. And some people saying he didn't have a pew-pew at all. I don't know. We do know he wasn't a threat to nobody. That's what we know. He didn't do anything. He didn't shoplift nothing, and he wasn't a threat. So they always have to frame a narrative that black people are always responsible for their own unalivings. And they do this whole self-defense loophole. See, when dealing with black people, the threshold for self-defense is non-existent almost. A black person or a non-black person, meaning an Asian, a Latino, an Arab, or whatever, all they got to do is claim they feared for their lives. They use the white supremacist playbook. Even when they're aggressively chasing a black child 130 yards down the street, they can say, hey, I'm chasing him, but this is self-defense. I fear for my life. That's the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. You show up, you go across state lines to instigate something and then holler about you in fear of your life. That's the Chud the Builder defense. He goes out here intimidating and antagonizing people, tries to unalive somebody, and then tries to claim self-defense. You see? The only reason Chud is locked up, and again, the trial still has not started, and the fact that he has a bail at all is ridiculous because he's engaging in acts of terrorism. I got to watch my words. I love TikTok Shop. I gotta watch my words here. I love TikTok Shop. So the dominant society, they'll let these people validate some irrational fear of being afraid of us, like we're going to do something to them, and then grant them some kind of legal immunity. And we got these people who are economically exploiting our communities. They come in, they're allowed to set up shop in these black neighborhoods, extract the wealth, treat the residents as suspects from the moment they walk in the door. And the dominant society, they give a green light to that exploitation. You understand? So the system is functioning as it was designed. See, this not guilty verdict for Ricc Chow, that's not a glitch or a failure of justice. That's the system working like it was designed. See, we have to be the monkey wrench in that system, so to speak. We got to replace that system with a system of justice. This whole thing where you're going to engage in this anti-black targeting and the institutional apparatus is going to provide legal cover, that's not going to happen. We have to stop that. We have to say enough is enough. We have to make these politicians who come around us talking about voting for some damn minority coalition, hell no. And understand something. Notice how these people are doing this thing where they're going after black people who are soft targets. You understand what I'm saying? They're going after a lot of black people who are soft targets. There was a video, what was that city where they actually fired a race soldier, and I think they charged him. It was a sister somewhere. This white tee cop just came and just started beating the woman, just literally beating the woman for no reason. He was like, damn, what the hell? The black officer had to get the white tee man off the woman. Shout out to the black officer. Shout out to that brother. But yeah, the white tee cop just showed up, saw socking the woman in the face, literally for people like, what the hell are you doing? That was in North Carolina, Shelby. Yeah, he got fired, and I think they're talking about putting charges on him. These cowardly race soldiers. You got to understand, the white supremacists, man, it's a cowardly institution. It's very cowardly. They depend on their institutionalized, militarized backing for their strength. They are cowards. That was in North Carolina, right? So he got charged with assault today. Shout out to Marilyn Monroe. Good. They needed to charge him. That's good. But look at how these people are going after women, children, and elderly. Another case out there in North Carolina. Remember the sister whose mother was a victim of alleged elder abuse? She was saying that, hey, these people were abused her elderly mother and ultimately unalived her mother. And the sister kept trying to get justice, and everybody was playing these little institutional games. So the sister said, hey, okay, well, let me go ahead and handle this myself. And she got her pew and let a couple of lawyers have it. Yeah. A lot of people are feeling like, okay, if this system is going to be janky, do I have to go out here in these streets and produce justice on my own? You see? But they're going after elderly Black people, women, children. See, understand something. The dominant society, the white supremacists, they're facing a demographic shift. The white population, as we know, they're projected to become a statistical minority real soon. So historically, when a dominant group faces a decline in numbers, but they wish to retain complete control over the nation's resources, the political apparatus, and all the institutions, they have to shift from Democrat facades. They can't act like it's democratic. They got to be overt and structural with their suppression. See, this is what they want to do. They want to try to program us psychologically to accept subjugation, and we're just not doing that. See, they want to create an apartheid model of governance. See, in order to maintain power as a minority, the ruling class, you can't rely on your sheer numbers, so you must rely on weaponized legal and economic systems. So the strategy shift is from assimilation to subtle bias to explicit, to aggressive containment of the primary group who's a threat to that power. The only people who's a threat to white supremacy are foundational Black Americans. We're the only threat. No other group is a threat. Asians are not a threat, really. They come over here, they're gonna go along to get along. Arabs, they're gonna come over here, go along, get along. Some of them might pull a jihad, yeah, but for the most part, they're gonna go along to get along. This is why they have to deputize the buffer class. You see, when the dominant society's numbers decline, they have to rely on these non-white buffer groups to handle the day-to-day policing, surveillance, and economic extractions of our resources. So they give these people provisional proximity to systemic power and legal immunity only when they engage in anti-Black violence. You understand? Now, if they do something to somebody in the dominant society, they're going to come down, they're going to put the hammer on them. When they do something to us, they protect them. So they create this little outsourced layer of enforcement, and that allows the minority rule to sustain itself without the dominant group having to occupy every frontline position. Yeah. So when they institutionalize this anti-Black targeting within these buffer groups, the dominant society, they want to foster this horizontal hostility. They want to ensure that these immigrant groups and these non-white minority populations, they're going to align their interests with the white power structure for their own survival. They're not going to make no coalitions with us, despite what the damn Democrats say. There is no coalition, family. That whole minority coalition, don't ever let nobody run around us with that. Ain't no coalition, man. These people are hostile. We have to treat them as such. That's the reality. That's why I've been on what I'm on. That's why I'm on just, hey, it's FBA or nothing for me. That's why I'm on what I'm on right there. All these other groups, it's beyond just neglectful. They are harmful to us. They look at us as an enemy, and they've been deputized by the white supremacists. Ain't no coalition. We got to stop playing this little game, man. I deal with reality. It's FBA or nothing. That's why I'm on FBA or nothing. We got to be empowered. We have to protect ourselves. You understand? They're going to focus on soft targets, women and children, because they know running up on the able-bodied brothers, we're the protective class. So they know not to really run up on us with the bullshit. Even Chet the Builder. Chet the Builder tried to run up on a heterosexual FBA man, still lost. You didn't even get to unalive him. You pew-pewed the man, he survived and whooped your ass, now you in jail. That's embarrassing to them people. That's why they don't want to run up on the brothers. You understand what I'm saying? Remember, the other white supremacists went up there in Nashville a few years ago and tried to pew-pew up a Waffle House full of black folks. Unarmed brothers still whooped on him. He still got whooped on. That's why, remember Dylan Roof? When Dylan Roof went up in that black church and pew-pewed all them elderly black people, he was a coward. He said he wanted to do it to some younger black people, but he was scared because he knew they would clap back on his little punk ass. That he knew. You know what I'm saying? They know when they run up on a reputable, it's going to go a certain way. You see? Yeah. So listen, they got to go after the soft targets. They want to neutralize the future. They go after children. See, that's why the dominant white society, they have no problem with it. Like when they go after kids, Latasha Harling, Brother Cyrus, they treat black children not as minors deserving of protection, but as fully formed inherent threats like Trayvon Martin, Mike Brown. All of them deserved it. They deserve what happened to them. They never say any of these white youth deserved anything, no matter what they did. When they go pew-pew up a whole school and something happens to them, you never hear the dominant society say how those white kids deserve whatever happened to them, even though they done pew-pewed up everybody. They never, ever say that. It's always, well, they didn't know any better. Oh, God, they had mental issues. They didn't get hugs as children. They were on Ritalin. Oh, God, it was so sad. They splain for them. They do a lot of splaining for them. So they extend protections to the people who unalive these black children. And the system tries to normalize that elimination of the community's future generations, signaling that the black youth carry no inherent innocence under the law. And then they try to target the sisters too. The familiar backbones of the community to a certain degree, targeting them with abuse and all of this stuff. This is how cowardly white supremacist males are. You can't do that to no brother. The brother's gonna fight back on you. So you go just sock up the women? Yeah, I have no respect for that. That's why I don't play games with the white supremacists. I call it out. I've been calling it out for years. I've been on national and international television calling out white supremacy. It's a cowardly ass institution that deserves no reverence or no respect whatsoever. I have zero respect for white supremacy. You understand? You got to have that type of mindset with it. They're not powerful. They have a military to back them up. You got to spend trillions of dollars in military weaponry to back up your bullshit. That's not power, ladies and gentlemen. That's the Wizard of Oz. That's what the whole story of the Wizard of Oz was about. That was a story about white supremacy. You had this powerful kingdom of Oz with all of these smoke and mirrors and lights and mechanics and all of that. It was all manufactured by a cowardly little dude behind the curtains manufacturing all of it. That was an allegory for white supremacy. You understand? Somebody said it's like Diddy. Yeah. Man. So this is why, family, this is why we got to be very serious about a crime bill specifically for foundational Black Americans, ladies and gentlemen. We need a crime bill, and we can't play games with that. Any politician who comes our way, we need an FBA crime bill. We need crime bill protections. We got Chud running around here and people funding him. We got this dude, Mr. Chow, unaliving Black children, and people are sitting here co-signing that. We got race soldiers out here beating up Black women. We need an FBA crime bill. We have to be treated like a protective class. We are the foundation of this nation. We come from the lineage of the people who built this nation. Family, there has to be legislative urgency. Remember, the dominant society, they decided that the Asian community needed protection. They had that whole Stop Asian Hate. They mobilized that overnight. Federal hate crime legislation was drafted, fast-tracked, signed into law, no institutional pushback. They prove that the system knows exactly how to move quickly to protect a specific group. Yet foundational Black Americans, we have to endure centuries of systemic, fatal targeting, and we're told that they can't do anything. Oh, we got to have a meeting. Oh, it's divisive. No, it ain't. We need a crime bill ASAP. Every time a politician comes to us, hit them with, where's that FBA hate crime? And we need to word it very, very specifically. We can't do that broad protection nonsense. Whenever we say we need an FBA crime bill to protect foundational Black Americans, well, we got a minority. No, no, no. Well, people of color, no, no, no. I want y'all to understand when they had that COVID, let me watch my words. I love TikTok Shop. When they had that Asian hate crime bill, I love TikTok Shop. That bill, they kept denouncing any form of discrimination or hatred. I love TikTok Shop. Anything against Asians, they said the United States government denounces it. They were very, very explicit about protecting Asians by name. All right. They've never said, hey, as the United States denounced anti-Black racism, they've never said that. We need them to have the same type of crime bill for us, saying the exact words. We, as the United States government, we denounce any racism, discrimination against foundational Black Americans. It needs to be worded just like that. We don't need no vagaries. They always mix our stuff in. Remember when the brother, was it James Byrd? I think that was the name. Some years back when he got lynched by some white supremacists, and they threw a crime bill out there, but they latched it on to an LGBT thing. That was to dilute what happened to the brother and boost protections for the LGBT community. See, we got to watch trick bags, man. We got to stop letting them throw us in the same barrel with all these other people. No. We're going to have to get very, very specific protections. It has to be very, very specific. You see? Because this stuff is not happening to minorities. It's happening to us. There are no minority 14-year-olds getting pew-pewed and the people getting acquitted. It's happening to Black people. So they're not targeting generic minorities. Chud the Builder wasn't targeting minorities. He was targeting Black people. Specifically foundational Black Americans. So the hate crime bill must name the specific lineage that has been targeted from day one, because that violence is very specific to our lineage. And we got to dismantle that buffer class immunity. See, the dominant society has given a green light to these non-white buffer groups to police and harm Black people with impunity. You understand? A specific hate crime bill for FBAs, that will completely strip away that whole deputized immunity. That will ensure that anybody, Asian, white, Arab, Hispanic, whoever, anybody who targets foundational Black Americans, you're going to face enhanced federal prosecution. And that closes that whole self-defense loophole. See, the current weaponized self-defense to justify anti-Black executions, where there's some kind of alt-right streamer like Chud provoking Black people for content, or a store owner chasing down a Black child, over a water bottle that they did not steal, that whole fear for my life stuff. No. A specific FBA hate crime bill must mandate federal intervention when local courts use these stand your ground loopholes to cover up these racial motivated violence incidents. You see, under the current system that we have now, when a foundational Black American person is attacked or killed or unalive, watch my words, I love TikTok shop. The media and the court will immediately put the victim on trial. They'll dig into the victim's past, criminalize the victim's behavior, justify the perpetrator's actions. See, when they did that Stop Asian Hate legislation, that criminalized the aggressors. We need a legislative framework that applies that same kind of standard to acts of violence against Black Americans. You know what I'm saying? A multi-front assault requires specific defense. We're dealing with a multi-front assault. On one side, you got the white supremacists actively trying to provoke and harm Black people in public places. On the other side, you have non-white immigrant groups operating businesses in our communities who view our lives as worthless. Because that threat comes from multiple demographics, the legislation cannot just rely on the old white versus Black civil rights paradigm. It has to specifically protect our lineage from all systemic aggressors. You understand? Y'all can't latch people on with us. See, we can't have that no more. These people are just as hostile as the white supremacists. That's the con game. They said, okay, yeah, we're going to stop discrimination and we're going to have a minority coalition, but then they done deputized the minorities against us. You see, so we got to force these people to protect the foundation of the nation. Foundational Black Americans, we built the infrastructure, the wealth, the culture, all of this in this country. So a targeted hate crime bill for us, that's not asking for a favor or even not even special treatment. That's a demand for basic structural protection for the foundational lineage of the United States. If the system can extend an umbrella of protection for groups who just arrived, it's way past time to codify a federal shield for the people who built the nation. Y'all sit up here and give hate crime bill protections to people who damn bomb the country. Some of these Asian countries, they've waged war on our ass, and y'all sit up here giving them protection. And we defended this place from day one. And it's like pulling teeth. No, we need a specific crime bill for foundational Black Americans. You understand? For real. That's how we're going to have to step to these people. Man. But family, the whole minority coalition, that's out the door. We ain't doing that no more. We're not doing that minority coalition. That's unalived in the water, man. The illusion of this shared struggle, the concept of people of color, and man, that's a fiction. That dilutes our demands as foundational Black Americans. See, that coalition depends on the false premise that all non-white groups share the same systemic grievances. In reality, a lot of these immigrants and non-white groups arrive here and adopt the dominant society's anti-Black framework to get their own upward mobility. So yeah, we're not doing that. And we better not let the normalization of them trying to target our children happen. See, they have this thing where they adultify Black children. They deliberately strip Black children of their innocence and they project them as inherent legal threats so that a 14-year-old running away can be treated as an armed combatant. And we have to shut that down. That's what I respect about the civil rights movement. When they attacked Emmett Till, that's when Black people took the gloves off. That was really the main start of the civil rights movement in the late 50s and 60s. They said, yeah, targeting kids like that, the way they did Emmett Till, the Black community said enough is enough. You see? Just like I take my hat off to the brother up there in Ohio. When they unalived his son, that brother said, okay, you take one of mine, I'm gonna take one of yours. He said, oh, if I have to go to jail, okay, so be it. But he said, no, you're not just gonna take my kid up out of here and then lie about it. Same thing that happened to that brother. They took his kid out, pew-pewed his son in the back, and he said, okay. I mean, watch yourself in the street, because I'm coming through. You know, just like that sister out there in North Carolina, she kept trying to get justice. You know, y'all up here unaliving my mother, abusing my mother, and she's elderly. Okay, y'all want to play these games? All right, well, take this. So she let him have it. Yeah. So normalizing or allowing these people to try to normalize harming our most vulnerable, that's not an option. You know, that's psychological warfare they want to put on us. That's generational trauma. They want to try to normalize the execution of Black children over trivial encounters. That's psychological warfare. That's designed to keep foundational Black American families and all of us in a perpetual state of grief, terror, hypervigilance. You know what I'm saying? When you are forced to spend all your energy mourning and trying to, you know, beg for justice, you know, that paralyzes your ability to build wealth and organize politically. So yeah, we have to call this stuff out and stand on not normalizing this nonsense and nip it in the bud. But let me hear from the family. Y'all, the family, get on up here. All right. The family, get on up here. What's up, Bree? You're a teen girl who what? All right, let me see. Family, hop on in. Let me talk to the family. Okay. Let's get Troy. Mr. Troy, hop on in. Troy, let's raise your hands, family, if y'all want to get up. Troy, hop on in. Mr. Troy, hop on in, sir.
What's up, Tariq?
Hey, brother Troy, how are you, sir?
I'm good. We met a couple of times in Washington, D.C. and then I think in Texas.
Oh, cool. You at the Rally for Reparations?
Yep.
Cool. So what's on your mind?
But I was thinking, like, man, we should boycott, man. We should boycott all Asian business. We shouldn't F with them or nothing. You know what I'm saying? We should boycott. I ain't doing no more Asian business, period.
Yep. Now, and that's a good idea. A lot of people feel that way. The problem is the tethers. The tether class, man. The tether class would be the first one to support him. I remember in New York, when an Asian nail shop jumped on some sisters, some ladies in the nail shop jumped on sisters in the community. Black people were like, we're going to boycott this nail shop. You had a bunch of Jamaicans running up in there supporting them. It was a bunch of, shout out to Sister Brooke. Brooke was a part of that out there. It was a bunch of Jamaicans running up there, hugging on the Asians, talking about they forgive them. You understand? So the problem is the tether class will jump out there with the capes on. This is why delineation is very important. So we still need to do it. Yeah, that's fine. We still need to do it. But, well, man, we need to really make a lot of noise about the importance of a crime bill. And I was thinking about this stuff, and I've been kind of kicking some ideas around. We need another rally somewhere to really make a lot of noise and bring a lot of attention. We need to either go to DC or Nashville. You understand? We need to take a rally directly to Chud's ass. We need to have a nationwide rally in Nashville and use Chud as the platform to say, hey, this guy, and the fact that this county and town and all these people allowed this guy to run around doing what he did, we need a crime bill specifically for us. Would that be a good idea, family? We're just politicking here. We're just politicking here. Would Nashville be a good place to go and say, hey, we need to do a big pull up to Nashville? Because all the little white tea supremacists are running down there. We need to pull up in full force and say, hey, since all y'all want to support this guy, hey, we let the world know, let the media know. We got to get a crime bill for foundational Black Americans. Set up shop. Let's throw that. Let's kick that idea around and see, and let's work out the logistics of how that would work, family, because that's something that we possibly need to do, because we need to show that we're just not going to sit up being abused. We're not going to let these people harm our kids. We're not going to let these rabid white supremacists run around threatening random black people, and the cops are sitting around twiddling their damn hands. We can't defend ourselves for nothing, but everybody can defend themselves against us when we ain't even a threat. People can do what the hell they want to do and they get found not guilty, but we can't do nothing against these maniacs? No. So Nashville, yeah, we're going to have to put a battery in the back of Nashville or whatever county. Where is Chud's court case? Where's that case? I got to talk to my Nashville people. You understand? Yeah, we need a Foundational Black American Crime Bill rally. It's in Montgomery. How far is that from Nashville? How far is Clarksville from Nashville? It's 30 minutes north. Okay, 30 minutes north of Nashville. That's not bad at all. Okay, that's not bad at all. Okay. All right, well, we need to see what we can do about that. Let's kind of talk about that and kick some ideas back and forth on how we can handle that. Yeah, and I'm saying that somebody said South Carolina. I'm saying Nashville out there where Chud is, because that's a major story and it's an ongoing story. And with that situation, with Chud, we put everybody on Front Street because remember, they sat up there and allowed his ass to do all that stuff. They sat up here and they knew what he was going to do. We got to put everybody on Front Street out there. Everybody gets called out there. And because that's such a hot media story, I think that would be very strategic going to Nashville. You know what I'm saying? Right. Set up a protest and a rally right out there at that damn courthouse. You know? Man, yeah, have Memphis come on through. Everybody just come on through. Family, raise your hand. Let me talk to the family. Let's talk to the family. Because, yeah, that would be something great. So somebody said August. Do it in August. Okay. Let's throw some ideas around. All right. Who is this? Somebody said bring me up. Who is this? Great Warlock. Okay, Great Warlock. What's up, Great Warlock?
Peace, Tariq.
Hey, Warlock. How are you, brother?
Magnificent. Thank you for asking. So I want to say Nashville is a great idea because it's smack dab in the middle of the country.
Yes.
Within about 6 to 8 hours, you touching at least 10 major cities with large Black populations.
Yes.
So consider that.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. The mic, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, man. Nashville might be a good strategic move because Nashville is 2 or 3 hours from every direction on a plane. Nashville is a couple of hours. Everybody can get there real quick. It's in the middle of the country, basically. You know? Brother McCall said DC. Yeah, I was thinking DC. I just think Nashville, because there's so much media coverage out there and the Chud thing. We use Chud to our advantage because Chud is the very reason why we need a crime bill. And I think covering right there with Chud, right where Chud is, right in Nashville, right in that area, I think the strategy would work stronger, right? Let's get with y'all. Let me know. I think that it would be strategically better because I was thinking DC, but bringing it to Nashville, I think it would be strategically better because the coverage that he's getting, and that's 2 hours from Memphis, right? Okay, God, hold on, man. Hey, dude, stop.
Tariq, brother, listen. Tariq, brother, listen.
Stop. Shit. Sorry. He's pushing the damn button, man. I'm sorry. No. You B-boy wrong. You said a crime bill already exists. No, it's vague. It's a vague crime bill, sir. That's the thing. It's a vague crime bill. It's like, hey, no, people shouldn't be discriminated against because of race, religion, sexual preference. It's vague. That's why they have other crime bills for other groups. We need to have one specific for us. It needs to be very, very specific for us. Yeah. We don't have a crime bill. Right. That's not defined for us. That's very, very vague.
Coming back to you.
We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Ricc Chow, as to the charge of murder, not guilty. Signed number 302, foreperson, June the 1st, 2026. Madam Forelady, this is your verdict and the verdict of the entire jury.
Yes, ma'am, bless.
Thank you. Madam Forelady and ladies and gentlemen, the
Today, a Richland County jury found Ricc Chow not guilty in the shooting death of 14-year-old Cyrus Carmack Belton, bringing an end to one of the most closely watched criminal trials in South Carolina in recent years.
We lost a child, a 14-year-old boy.
What dollar, bro? Fucking dollar. $1 now. They took a life for $1, bro.
No justice on these dead homies 60.
The verdict has immediately sparked outrage.
Might have to drop a dime on it. For sure. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta stop it.
I don't like that shit.
For sure, bro.
I don't like that shit.
All right, y'all, we back with another video, man. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and a better understanding of self. So, y'all, it's been a not guilty verdict. Condolences to the family that was, had to deal with the, loss of that brother, man. So it's another incident, and we see that now we pushing it pretty much. We shouldn't be spending no money or walking into any corner stores, restaurant. If it's not from our people, it's, we don't have any allies.
Y'all really want to show people that y'all care about Cyrus? Don't walk into no more nail salons. Don't walk into the beauty supply store. Get whatever you need off of Amazon. Do not shop at these Asian liquor stores. Halt all your business with Asian businesses. We need to really start showing niggas that we not fucking with y'all if y'all not fucking with us. This man just got non-guilty for putting a bullet in a young black man's back over water he didn't steal. Do not walk into any Asian businesses.
We are here at 7441 Park Lane Road where the shooting occurred, and the outrage has spread across Columbia and across social media, where many residents have expressed grief, anger, and disbelief over the outcome. For nearly 3 years, the question of what happened on that summer evening in June 2023 has weighed heavily on this community. We heard from Representative Jermaine Johnson, candidate for governor, who had this to say.
Hey, y'all, this is Representative Jermaine Johnson. I just released a statement about the verdict that we heard about Ricc Chow being found not guilty. My son knew Cyrus, they were friends, and this is a sad tragedy that happened to a kid. This all could have been avoided had Mr. Chow just stayed in his store and notified law enforcement But unfortunately, he didn't. And now we have a 14-year-old who does not get to learn from his mistakes, does not get to grow up. Praying for young Cyrus and praying for the family. And let's just support the family.
Following the decision, family attorney and South Carolina House Minority Leader Todd Rutherford delivered remarks that captured the pain many in the community are feeling tonight.
What's clear is that Black people in 2026 have a long way to go. The question kept coming up, why does a 14-year-old need a gun? The question was answered when he was shot dead in the streets 130 yards from the store where he did absolutely nothing wrong. The question was answered when this jury found him not guilty today. The question was answered because a child, a 14-year-old child shot dead in Richland County, got no justice.
This is Javar Juarez, Columbia Urban Broadcast Network, reporting live from Columbia, South Carolina.
Tonight, a small number of protesters are standing outside Chow's old gas station, upset with the jury's decision. Meanwhile, law enforcement officers also standing guard at the store tonight. They were sent to that gas station actually last night, right after that not guilty verdict was announced. And tonight, we are getting reaction to that verdict. News 19's Kiki Gushu speaking with folks across the Midlands today. She is live in front of the Richland County Courthouse where the trial wrapped up last night. Kiki?
JR, we heard a wide variety of opinions and perspectives out here in Columbia today, but one thing was clear. People are still processing this verdict. As protesters gathered outside the Shell gas station on Park Lane Road that Ricc Chow once owned, debate continued in the community. The verdict ended one of the most publicized trials in recent Columbia history. For Columbia residents like Preach Jacobs, the case is about more than just the verdict itself.
To answer the question of how I'm feeling everything, every possible thing you can think of. All my friends with children, I know that their heart ached after that verdict. And it's not just the Black parents. Everyone feels that because at the end of the day, this shouldn't be taken lightly.
Jacobs told us the case has sparked deeper conversations about trust in the justice system and how communities process tragedy.
At the end of the day, no one feels good about this. No one feels good about this. You know, there was a young Black child that was chased and shot and killed.
Esteban Carino told us he followed the case and was confused by the jury's decision.
It just didn't make sense to me because there was a lot of evidence.
For Sandra Maxwell, the case resonated because it involved a young person.
I believe wholeheartedly that this kid was innocent and his life should not have been taken because I have a son. You know, it's nothing for kids to do here, you know, and then when you have good kids, when you have a kid where I say, well, I'm going to take this and then decide, no, I'm not going to do that because it's not right. Well, praise that kid.
Not everyone felt the same way. Some posting on WLTX's Facebook page, quote, "I'm good with the jury's decision," said Eric Keene. Mark Cassius wrote, "Glad the jury got it right." "Good deal, justice served," Eddie Johnson commented. Regardless of their perspective, many said they expect the discussion to continue.
When there are these conversations, it makes it difficult to not be angry, but then you are penalized for being angry. So there's ways where the community has to come together and figure out how do we have faith in a system that doesn't feel like it's representing us and taking care of us properly.
And the Carmack Belton family attorney telling us last night that he will continue pursuing a civil lawsuit against Ricc Chow. Live in Columbia, Kiki Gushu, News 19, WLTX.
All right, Kiki, live outside the Richland County Courthouse. Thank you so much.
They took this young man's life, Cyrus, over nothing. He didn't take no $1 bottled water, as they say. Oh, they would $1 bottled water. They took his life. He didn't take nothing. He was respectful the whole time and just left the store. He probably picked up on bad vibes. And these two men pursued him and hunted him like an animal, right? It's a 14-year-old boy running away from two grown-ass men, right? It's no different than Ahmaud Arbery when they hunted down Ahmaud Arbery. That's why I say Andy should be on trial with his father. There should be a separate trial. Both of these people should be charged because they intentionally hunted him down. And this is not Ricc Chow first pew-pewing. One time he pewed somebody in the leg, and he pewed at a moving vehicle. Same store. So I wonder why they're not charging the son, because he's part of this too. He hunted Cyrus down. And you know what's crazy? You know what's dirty about the Chow family? This is their lawyer, Sean Kent. They hired him just because he's black. Look, we're not racist, guys. We got a black attorney. And shame on Sean Kent. I'm sorry, especially in a case like this where this is open, closed case. This boy, they pew-pewed this boy in the back. He was running away from y'all. And he emptied, you seen him emptying his hoodie or whatever, that sweater he had on, to let you know, I didn't take anything. I just wanted to leave. And these people have no remorse. No remorse, man. Columbia, South Carolina, I think this is where this at. I will not support shells at all. That will go out of business, especially being, a black American. Like, what are we talking about? But yeah, justice for Cyrus, and I hope they get Andy too.
The tension is between the Asian and the black community. Anybody you put in our community, it always is tension, and they do this purposely because it dilutes us. It makes us, it makes it harder for us because we got other people, that's able to tap in our resource, tap in our image, name, and likeness. But this happened again with 15-year-old Latasha Harlins. She was fatally shot by a store owner, Soon John Doe, over a bottle of orange juice in March 16, 1991. So this is proof we know that we don't have any allies. Okay, so we definitely all we got. So we have to spin like that. We got to make sure that even if we work in these fields, we got to make sure we have of our own, because, somebody could just act, say they don't like us and, we're thrown to the wolves. So we got to at least have our culture, our people that's going to look out us. That's just my opinion. But yeah, everybody is upset about this, but not surprised. I can't say we surprised, we upset, but we're not surprised about it. And this is crazy because today or yesterday was the same start of the Karmelo Anthony case of a black man stabbing a white man, a boy, a black teenager. I ain't gonna say man, but they're gonna be charged like adults, and they was like 17, 18. So everybody see them as adults, but it was a white boy that stabbed a Spanish boy. I think he got 10 years. They was going to give him 2 years. But I guess because of all of this publicity, they upped it up and he got 10 years. So we're just seeing a lot of political, race trials that they're, bringing up that's in the media. But the main subject in it is black people, a black man. Well, not with the white boy and the Spanish guy, but we see how the justice system really has another tier when it comes to, when things happen to us or when we do things. It's like, it's another whole total justice laws for just this. But I'm going to be tapping into that Karmelo Anthony case, man. That's definitely something that we got to tap on. But, the jury selection, I think, is very big to see, how many Caucasians, how many black, even though race should not be a thing, it just is because the programming of racism, it helps, you know, black people in their position. The system benefits off of racism, not the people, you know. They get the punishment, the deaths and everything else, but the system, it keeps everybody in line. That's my opinion, but I want to know what y'all think. But yeah, man, shortstop, blackout, we're going to have to really put in full effect that we banning the corner stores. We're banning the corner stores, you know, all of these restaurants that's not in our community. We got to build our community up, you know, and that starts with everything that we spend. So that's the best thing that could happen out of this, in my opinion. But it's still going to be some... it's some pain now, man. I've been hearing a lot of people been in the comments, in the videos about her, saying that they, you know, heard her pain from the courtroom. And the mom of Cyrus. And it just shows we got to stay out these corner stores. We got to stay out there. Restaurants, we're not welcome there. Just keep it, like, we got to be honest with ourselves. Just because we have money to spend, that doesn't mean people really care about us spending their money there. And sometimes we just think that, hey man, we like everybody else, we just want to spend our money everybody else, but everybody don't want you to spend your money with them. I mean, they like the money, but if they could replace you not spending the money there, they would. And that's just my opinion. But we're gonna keep going in on this, man. We're gonna keep, you know, pushing the people forward to say that we have to get our own store. We don't have to. We should not keep constantly spending with these corner stores. They're only put in our neighborhood because they can't go anywhere else and sell anything. The system is not finna let them be in the white neighborhood selling them anything. Any of these people that's in our neighborhood, that's because they have to get our dollars, because them other people aren't gonna spend no money with them. So we're gonna stay on it, man. I appreciate everybody who's been support. Shout out to Shabazz, man. That one brother, Fresh Always, everybody, Mama Lisa, everybody who's been supporting me. Y'all don't know it does so much help, man, for me elevating and doing more content. I'm getting into these documentaries now, so our people can know the truth or know the perspective of where grassroots is coming from, because they're trying to steal all our talking points. So I appreciate everybody who's been just supporting, man, and watching the videos, hitting that like button, hyping the videos. I appreciate y'all, because we are we at a critical point right now. We're at a critical point, and I'm starting a documentary. Y'all check out the documentary I'm coming out with. It pretty much going over how the civil rights, how the Democrats rob black people, okay? And I'm starting at that Martin Luther King when he said, we got to go get our check. So from there all the way up, we're going to go into detail on everything that happened and show that, you know, what they did was what they wanted to do. The people would have never co-signed for no damn Civil War. So we're going to get into that. But, man, I appreciate everybody who's been tapping in, man. Make sure y'all, we're going to get the live thing going, man. Y'all hang tight with me, man. I love that live, connecting with y'all live. But we finna get that going. But right now we just been, you know, getting on the documentary, trying to get that going and get momentum going on it. Because we want people to check it out, see what we thinking. See how we put the history in, you know, get all of the critiques and see what people think. But, man, I love and appreciate y'all, man, for always tapping in with me. I will catch y'all in the next video. Peace and love.
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax spaces for your own people. You should at least control 4 basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
Let me know when you're ready. You want it? No. You can still be in it. Come on, you can still be in it. Come on. Don't be that way. Let's go. Come on, man. By the walk. Three Musketeers right here. You gotta show yourself. I'm good where I'm good. Is this good? Yeah. All right, this is perfect. All right, so first off, where you guys what's your background?
Nothing. I'm just a kid from Queens. That's it. And I grew up there.
Yeah, but what's your nationality? Not your like what's your ethnic background?
Well, my mom is Mexican and my dad is from Guatemala.
Guatemala?
Yeah.
Just African American. I mean, that's all I know. Like my parents.
What do you mean by African American?
Like my parents are from here, so I'm not sure.
What part of? What do you mean by part of from here?
Like they were born in the U.S., New Jersey.
Where's your grandparents from?
New Jersey.
So all your whole family's been from New Jersey.
Well, the U.S., but I think like down south, like North Carolina or something.
What did you see there? Just see the South.
Yeah, the south.
And you?
My mom's from Guatemala and my dad's Mexican. Mexico.
From where?
Mom, yeah.
All right. All right. All right. So you guys are from 3 different backgrounds. You guys realize that. It's interesting. Just so you know, I'm a Black American. He's a Black American. So we're not African American. So this is for you right here. That term was made in the 1980, I think it was around 1987, if I'm not mistaken. That's by Jesse Jackson. That's a political term. You wouldn't know. I don't think you would want to call yourself African American, especially what I'm about to tell you. All right. So, but before we get to that, can you guys tell me about your cultures?
No, I don't really know much about the culture. Just about the food. That's pretty much it.
Hey, what about the food?
Well, the typical, the burritos, the tacos, all that.
So you don't know nothing about your culture whatsoever?
To be honest, nah. Nah, I really don't.
So what culture do you know?
No, and I don't pay attention to that.
Okay. What about you?
I'm not sure. I mean, I just know like I don't know. I guess a mixture of everything.
What do you mean mixture of everything?
Like I guess American culture, like yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
And you?
I don't know.
Really? Nah. So you don't know your culture at all?
I don't pay attention. Go closer. It's nice.
So all 3 of you basically don't know your own culture.
I mean, I never took the time to know.
You never? How old are you?
I'm 21. Well, 18.
So you're 18,
20, 21.
And 21. Okay. Bro, that's wild. Y'all don't know your own culture, especially you, because they're in your culture right now. You don't even realize that, did you? No, you didn't. Yeah. As you get older, you're gonna start to be like, damn, where are my people around here? I don't seem to see them. It's interesting. There's a lot of people that cosplay in your culture. They walk around you and you have no idea at all. Your mind is just in someplace else. But that's okay. That's okay. Today's going to be a learning experience because, like I said, I run the channel, The Unapologetic Truth, and I tell the truth about everything. So one of the things I want to ask you guys, what are you guys thinking about the Black and Brown Coalition? Yeah, so what do you guys think about the Black and Brown Coalition?
What do you mean by that?
So you know who Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is? No. None of y'all?
What?
You know who Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is?
No, never heard of it.
Oh my God. All right, so Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is basically a Democrat, and she pushes this Black and Brown narrative. She's basically saying that Black and Brown people need to unite. Mind you, back in, I believe it towards the 1960s or so, there's a Mexican guy who said, let the Black man have his own problems. We're not here to help the Black man. Did y'all know that? I don't know nothing about history whatsoever.
I don't know, but I never paid attention to history.
You need to pay attention to history, bro.
I'm not.
History is key to your survival. So let me ask this. What do you guys think about the immigration that's been going on? Terrible.
I mean,
I think
it sucks. Wait, like the people that are legally here,
illegally.
I mean, I'm not really sure because I forgot who it was, but didn't they steal like half of Mexico, the United States?
Half of Mexico.
Something like that, like Texas, Cali,
Talking about California, and that wasn't stolen. What happened was they lost, and Mexico had they had California about 20 something years, and the United States got it back. So they actually gave California back, right? And a lot of Mexicans started immigrating to California once Black Americans, fixed it up.
Huh? Him?
Yeah, him. He's a Black American. Our people fixed it up. And as you see, a lot of Mexicans started migrating to California once they seen like, oh, it's a city, it's bustling. You have opportunities here. Remember, they like to say that the United States is the land of opportunity, do they not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's basically what you're talking about.
I mean, I guess I thought it was stolen, to be honest, but
No, it wasn't. It was never ever stolen. That's a huge lie.
I didn't know.
You?
What about me?
What do you think about the Black and Brown coalition?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
with the blacks and browns, aren't they the same?
Brown is usually like natives, Hispanics.
No, it's you're the black, they're the brown, even though they don't look brown. But yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I don't see it as a problem.
You don't see it as a problem? Did you know that back when I would say like Puerto Ricans came here, like a lot of Spanish people came here, right? They were basically stopping your people from getting jobs. They were also stopping from housing. I say like back and towards the 1990s, so even close to the 2000s, right? There were a lot of Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, and they were in the housing market. So basically, they were property management owners, right?
Yeah.
Or ran property management, and they were stopping Black Americans from getting apartments, or they would increase the rent. A lot of people don't know about that.
I've heard of that.
As well as jobs as well, that they say you got to speak bilingual, which is illegal in the United States to tell somebody they actually have to speak bilingual, especially for work.
I've heard of that, but in school they taught us that it was the white people stopping the brown and Black people from the housing.
In school?
Yeah. Back in high school history class.
Hold on, what year was this exactly?
2023 when I graduated.
2023. Okay. So what happened is you have a lot of people who immigrated here, and they would basically get together. They do this even now to this day, right? So you have a lot of people who are, and it's not just you guys. So you have like Asians as well. Like I don't know if you ever seen like you heard of Somalis?
Yeah.
Okay, you heard the light bulb head community, right? That's the Somalis. That's what I call them. I call them light bulb head. You see them big ass foreheads, right? Yeah. Those are the Somalis, right? They poached $19 billion from the United States. Did you know that?
No.
You didn't know that?
No.
If you get an interview, if you want to, you want to get in
right now.
Yeah, you can get in right now.
What is this about?
Okay. So all right. So first off, where you guys from?
Brooklyn.
Okay, you from Brooklyn. What's your background?
Oh, I'm a whole lot of things. Dominican, Ecuadorian, Bayesian, African American.
Trinidadian Indian, and African American.
Trinidadian Indian. God dang. And you too?
I'm Dominican.
You're Dominican.
She's the pure.
Oh. Okay, you're the purebred. Okay, so I'm basically just asking them questions about basically what's going on right now in the world. Since you two are basically, so I take it you have family members that's from the South, right? Of course.
Yes.
Okay. Boy, that's a crazy. Who is a Black American?
Who like my dad?
Your dad's Black American?
Yeah.
And you're?
Both of my parents.
Both of your parents?
They're both the same mix.
Wait, what?
No, yeah.
Both my parents are Trinidadian and African American.
I mean,
all right.
He doesn't even want to like.
So you know, African American is a political term. That's actually not what you should call yourself. You should call yourself a Black American. Just so you know,
I am Black American. That's exactly what I am.
okay. That term was by Jesse Jackson, and was it 1987, if I'm not mistaken, where he was like, "Oh yeah, let's all the African Americans, and we're not African Americans. There are a lot of Black Americans who want to beat his ass for that, and that's why they say, yeah, that's why they say, spit on Jesse's grave right now. All right, so that's what they are. All right, so yeah, so what I was asking though right now is, what do they think about the Black and Brown coalition?
What does coalition mean?
It's like togetherness.
Oh, so the school system is failing.
It is. That's what social is. Extremely. Or you're failing yourself because you're not. Oh no, I'm not failing myself. I'm very proactive.
Okay.
Remember, affiliated with the NAACP. Yeah.
Okay, and I'm gonna let you know right now, the NAACP as well as the Black Caucus is full of nothing but immigrants. I did a whole story on this on my YouTube channel. You can, after this, I'll give you the channel. You can follow so you can see yourselves live. But the NAACP is right now filled with a lot of immigrants, as well as the Democratic Party. This is why a lot of Black Americans, we left the Democratic Party. If you didn't realize that. So the Black and Brown coalition, right? What I want to know is that I already explained it to him. I already explained it to them. Just so you know, this is a Black American right here. And he does not know his history whatsoever. How old are you again?
21.
21 years old, don't know nothing about himself at all. He's just going along to get along. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? Because, you know, as you age and you get older, you start to wonder more about yourself and learn about yourself, right? I'm pretty sure you guys are in high school, right?
Yes.
Right. They're in high school.
I mean, but I live in New Jersey. It's different.
That don't mean a goddamn thing.
I don't know. It's not like many Black people, so they don't teach us about it.
What's in your town?
About it, like white people, Hispanics, Portuguese.
Oh, so all y'all from there?
No, they're in New York. I'm in New Jersey.
Oh, so you just came down to visit?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. So I just explained the Black and Brown coalition. So that's basically saying, you know who Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is, right?
Yes.
Grove, you killing me.
Okay, but he's not from New York.
That don't mean nothing. But everybody know. Listen, I know people who ain't from here who knows that bitch. Okay. Yes, I said it. But yes, very strong words. I know. Okay, because she always pushed that Black and Brown BS on TV. That whole narrative, and a lot of Black Americans, we're not feeling that, right? So here's a history lesson. Did you know that the Mexicans, for example, right? Because you know you said Black and Brown coalition. Did you know that Mexicans actually try to differentiate themselves from Blackness? Basically, when Black people needed help during the Civil Rights era, LULAC basically said that's I need name was Vegeta, something like Vegeta, whatever. But him, I can't say his name, but him, basically what he said is let the Black man fight his own battle, right? Where we want nothing a part of that whatsoever. So what are your take on that?
I think it's understandable why everybody wants to separate themselves and kind of go into their own little world politically. I think it definitely becomes difficult to stand up for other people on other sides because you kind of have to constantly like not overstep the line of offending and getting too involved to the point where who you're trying to help gets offended. But I think that we should all be kind of standing up to help each other, especially in times of need.
Definitely. I think also one person should not be representative of an entire culture. So to put Mexicans as an umbrella term under one person, just because that's the culture that they fall into, I don't support a lot of Black Americans, as you would call them. I wouldn't support some of their decisions that they've made politically. I wouldn't support some of the decisions that they've made overseas. But to address me with them and to culturize me and put me under their umbrella would kind of just be, it's not representative of who I am. We are all our own people. We all vote for our own people. And so to characterize Mexicans under one person, for you, as you were saying, I wouldn't say that's right. Because Mexicans themselves did it. It's not all of them. Some of them didn't even have the ability to help us out because they ratted themselves out. Just as we would save our own skin, they saved their skin. So I wouldn't characterize them under one person's saying and decisions.
I agree.
You agree?
And
you just agree and that's it?
Well, what do you mean that's it? Because I 100% support what he said and also what she said. Just to expand on that, as a person, I feel like, well, as a culture, as people, as a society, we should all help and support each other, but not make these offensive generalizations just because another person said that in a specific culture. You know what I'm saying?
So let me you guys first. What do you guys think about the immigration that's been going on? You'll go first. We get like right here.
Me? I just said it.
So I'll say it one more time.
That I mean it's bad.
That's it.
What the legals? I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not against it either, but I mean, I got nothing else to say. I mean, I can't do anything about it.
I mean, it doesn't matter to me. Like, as long as they're not like causing harm, I'm fine with it.
Carry it on, man.
I mean, they're not affecting me directly.
They're affecting you, and I want to get into it. You are putting yourself in the biggest hole 12 feet under right now.
Kind of stupid. Kind of dumb.
Kind of stupid.
Yeah.
What about you guys?
We have to go soon, but me personally, I think that the way that ICE is treating people is absolutely disgusting. I think that everybody should have their human rights immediately given to them, and that's being taken away whether you're illegal or not. And I think that there are a lot of people who are working hard to be here and working harder than some of the people who are originally American citizens. And I think that I can understand where we might be coming from when it comes to staying on your own side. I'm not saying I support that, but I see how that can be an ideology. And I think that we need to get over it, because if we're trying to be as progressive as we are in so many aspects of society, then we need to be together as a people.
I agree. I also think that we cannot, I think immigration, human rights are a very big issue in our world. I think our society, especially in New York City where we live, is built, I think America actually, it's built on the hands of people who did not originate from this country, the entirety of America, because the Europeans didn't originate from this country either. So everything that we know and love and clock and ours came from what we could eat back that didn't come from here. Like if you go far enough in our lineage, we all trace back to a country that is not America, unless we are derivative from Native Americans. We're from the continent of Africa. We are
out of country.
Yeah, but we're from the continent of Africa, and then there's countries within that. Am I right or wrong? Exactly. So then when we talk about what the society is built on, it's built on from people who are not from this, and that's what you would call an illegal or an immigrant. That's what you would call it. But we have to realize that these people are damn near the backbone of our society, and we cannot forget that. And there are people who make bad decisions, and we cannot characterize a group of people once again through the decisions of a few. We cannot characterize Black Americans the decisions of one Black American or two Black Americans. That's just not something we should do. So nor should we do it for anyone else. Just as a Black man, as you would not like to be characterized as a Black man that's raped children or done anything to children, you cannot characterize immigrants or people who are not born in this country off of the decisions of one immigrant. That would be wrong of you and narcissistic. So you got to keep that in mind.
100%. And just one last thing. I feel like specifically with what's going on with ICE and then the immigration right now, I feel like people are getting torn up by political parties, because we know Republicans tend to have the idea of, immigrants should have belonged here. But I feel like they talked about that. But if you're a Republican, that doesn't necessarily mean, and it doesn't give you the right to just join in on other people who are saying that, oh, we hate immigrants. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, you can be a Republican and still not be a dickhead and support ICE, And obviously that contradicts what the general group of Republicans, what they believe. But I feel like it does have to do with your political party 100%. But I feel like in general, as a people, we've got this idea that we have to separate and we have to be very sectional, and there can't be any intersectionality. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like a Democrat could be racist. A Republican could be racist. It doesn't matter your political party. That doesn't constitute what you have to believe in. You know what I'm saying? You have to have that mind for your own. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'll leave that.
Just can't characterize, but we have to go.
Yeah.
And
before you guys go, I just want to do a last word. So basically, yeah, I got to get the information real quick. All right.
on this. But Joe's for the two of you, from one Black American man to another, you know what you know, and you can definitely expand on it. I think you have some more research to do and understanding of other cultures and societies. Don't just limit yourself to knowing about the Black American experience. Just because you know about your experience doesn't mean we can understand others that speak our.
I'd be surprised on what I know, young man.
You'd be surprised on what I know.
But hold on, before you go, I am with a brand right now. It's called IGZ.
So again, this is all bullshit.
You could make the case that maybe we shouldn't even be there at all because we don't need it. That was Donald Trump aboard Air Force One. And as of this recording, 13 Americans have been killed in Donald Trump's fake Iran war. He started it in late February, and he's repeatedly called it one complete, total decimation. And then over the weekend, aboard Air Force One with reporters all around him, he said this.
You could make the case that maybe we shouldn't even be there at all because we don't need it. We have a lot of oil. We're the #1 producer anywhere in the world times 2. By double, at least double. Now I think it's much higher than that. But we do it. It's almost like we do it for habit.
For habit. While explaining why other countries need to send their ships, he said maybe we shouldn't even be in Iran at all. His actual argument was that we have our own oil. It's their energy, not ours. We do this out of habit, and it's for some good allies. Quote, it's almost like we do it for habit. Donald Trump started a war for oil out of habit. 13 people, 13 soldiers are dead for a habit. 1,000 Iranians are dead for a habit. Gas is over $4 a gallon for a habit. It's fantastic. And just so we're clear here, the habit that he's talking about is the United States maintaining stability in the world's most critical oil corridor for the benefit of our allies in the global economy. Except we do it through war. War for oil. That's our habit. That's what America's proud of. And that's how we've tried to keep oil prices reasonable and gas under $3. It's disgusting. The global supply chain functional because we go to war. Donald Trump's habit was going to war in late February. He blew up the corridor, and now he's asking why other people aren't fixing it for him. And you know what? The mainstream media, they're scared to cover this. They really are. And we, the independent media, we need your help to keep these stories alive. Do me a favor, hit subscribe, hit the notification icon, drop a comment, and again, do the same for any of the independent media that you're following, because all of it helps. Donald Trump's habit, Donald Trump's war, is all because of rising gas prices and plunging poll numbers. Trump is increasingly desperate to get other countries in to help secure the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran has effectively closed to tanker traffic. He's asked for help from China, France, Japan, South Korea, and the UK, and not one of them said yes. Germany's defense minister asked what a handful of European frigates is supposed to do to accomplish what the most powerful navy on earth cannot. Japan hasn't decided anything. Australia has no plans to join. So Donald Trump is out here workshopping out loud whether this war was even worth it, because he's talking about his poll numbers, while the families of 13 dead service members are watching the president muse about it on Air Force One. And by the way, the countries he's begging for help, these are the same countries he spent 2 years threatening with tariffs, the same allies that he's called freeloaders. He's insulted at summits. He's threatened to pull NATO protection from unless they've paid up. He has burned every single diplomatic bridge that he's had with these people before the war even started. And now he is demanding that they send their warships, demanding from his airplane in front of the press to people who have every reason to let him stew in his own bullcrap. Good luck, Donald Trump. And here's the part that nobody's even saying loud enough. We still don't know what winning in Iran looks like. End of February, he called it major combat operations. March 7th, pretty well complete. March 9th, it was won. March 12th, Iran was totally decimated. March 14th, he bombed Karg Island and asked China for ships. On the 16th, he says maybe we shouldn't even be there. When is it over, Mr. President? Donald Trump is making it up as he goes along, and he keeps hoping that no one is keeping score. Well, guess what? We're keeping score. The 13 soldiers, their families are keeping score. And frankly, this is probably the most honest thing that Donald Trump has said about this entire fiasco in Iran. He has said he has no idea why he started it. He has no idea how to end it. And now he's standing in the hallway of his plane saying that maybe the entire thing was unnecessary. It was only necessary to cover up the Epstein files. Those 13 families, they get to carry that weight. He gets to land at Andrews Air Force Base. Their families get to bury their loved ones. And he just goes and posts on Truth Social about how the fake news media isn't giving him credit for the war. And he said that he maybe shouldn't have even started it. And while we're talking about why this war even started, there are new polls out. And this has a lot to do with why the war started. Data for Progress polled 1,272 likely voters and found 52% of Americans believe Trump launched Operation Epic Fury, at least in part, to distract from the Epstein files. 52%. That's no longer a conspiracy theory. This is a majority. 81% of Democrats believe it. 52% of independents, and a quarter of his own party. 1 in 4 people that voted for Trump look at Trump and look at the Epstein files, and they say, this is why he went to war. The Epstein files, the searches were up. The war starts 2 weeks later. That tracks. I mean, hell, we're even renaming the war. Everybody on the internet, instead of calling it Operation Epic Fury, it's Operation Epstein Fury. You know, this war has no point other than to boost Donald Trump's popularity, and it's not working. It's not working because you guys see through the crap. We see through the crap. And the families of those that have died for our country, hopefully they see through the crap too, because we shouldn't be losing soldiers like this. We shouldn't be in a war like this with no goals, no authorization, and no money to pay for it. It's absolutely shameful.
You are not going to believe what Trump is saying now. Listen to this shit.
Their military, we sort of left it alone because we think that their military is somewhat moderate. They have other people that aren't moderate. We've taken them out. We've taken different forms of leadership out. We've actually left their military alone. People would be surprised to hear that, because mistakes have been made in wars where you wipe out everybody and then you have a country that's, for 40 years can never rebuild.
Only the MAGAs and those that listen to Fox News and Trump alone will be surprised by this. U.S. intelligence has been saying that Iran's military had not been obliterated, defeated, or anything like that the entire time. Only Trump has been saying this. Remember when he said this on April 11th, that the fake news media is crazy or just plain corrupt? The United States has completely destroyed Iran's military, including their entire Navy and Air Force and everything else. And then just several days ago on May 26th, he said, if Iran surrenders, admits their Navy is gone and resting at the bottom of the sea, and their Air Force is no longer with us, and their entire military walks out of Tehran, weapons dropped and hands held high, he then goes on to say the fake news still won't say that they've lost the war.
Yeah, he was the one all over the media on a regular basis saying that he obliterated their Navy, their Army. There was nothing left. Now he goes on Fox in front of his daughter-in-law, Laura Trump, and says, oh, we left their military alone. Well, it can't be both. You can't obliterate them and then in the next instance you've left them alone. See, this is why nothing in this country will ever get resolved. You got a pathological liar as the president. If he won't tell the truth, then he won't fix the problem. Okay, those two things usually go hand in hand. If the liar won't tell the truth, the liar is never going to fix the problem. And that's the way it's been the entire time. But now this man is admitting we should never have, well, he should never have messed with Iran because he doesn't know how to get out of it now. And you see the talks ain't going nowhere. He don't know how to get out of this mess. He doesn't know how to get out of it now. So y'all leave it up to Esau to get us in a mess. And now he's got a big problem getting out of it because the country he should be talking to is now refusing to talk to him. And the Straits of Hormuz remains closed. Now, Donald Trump, if we got plenty of oil and we don't have nothing to worry about, why is everybody paying all this inflated prices for gas then? If we got so much gas in the entire world, why are we paying? We should be paying the cheaper price then, shouldn't we? Shouldn't we be paying the cheapest prices on earth because we got plenty of gas? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. This man is such a walking contradiction. It's not even funny. And you can forget about the truth. You are never getting the truth from this man, for real. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Just 1 second here. Douglas Ledger, thank you so much for the super sticker and your support for my channel. I deeply appreciate it. So, y'all, I have one more live coming up today. And this one's going to be on Iran suspending all peace talks with the U.S. So we'll get further into what's going on with that. But I don't anticipate this war ending. I really don't. And if it does, y'all, everything's going to be so beyond repair, such as the economy. You ain't going to bring this back in no 1 year, 2 years, 10 years. America probably will never come back. After this inflation, everything's going to implode. And Donald Trump, you can see he doesn't fix anything. He literally sits there and make things worse. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. And I'll see you on my next live at 3:45. Shalom, family.
Three questions. I'm willing to repeat them, but these are the three questions that I always want reparations experts to answer for the audience. Who, how, why? Who gets the reparations? How these reparations are delivered to these people, in what forms? And then why is it such an important issue, and why is it such an important thing, something that you have put so much energy and time behind?
Very good questions by our brother Van Lathan. Very good. Our brother Van Lathan is an FBA brother. I believe his family's from Louisiana, Texas type of area. Okay, very good questions, especially that first one. Who? That's the question we need to ask to all of these so-called commissioners. And hell, I would add an F in there. From. Where is your family from?
Sure. So who gets the reparations is determined by the harm.
Okay.
So there are three errors of harm that many activists include within the reparations movement. The first error of harm is the transatlantic slave trade and chattel slavery. So the who there would be descendants of Africans enslaved in the United States.
I agree with that. I agree with that. Foundational Black Americans, that's who we're descendant of, you know, including the Black indigenous population that was put on those plantations. That's a story for another day, but I get the gist of what you're saying. I agree.
The second error of harm is Jim Crow. Jim Crow is a continuation, a vestige of chattel slavery, and also a slew of discriminatory practices that would include descendants of Africans enslaved in the United States and some Black immigrant groups.
There it is, family. Family, we got to be careful with some of these folks who come out here and they're always going out their way to crowbar Black immigrants and immigrants in general into our reparations conversation. The moment we allow them to do that, reparations will be a nothing burger. The moment we allow them to crowbar other groups in there, it will be a nothing burger for foundational Black Americans, the people who it was meant for. Let's be clear. That's why brother asked me that a couple months ago. Should we include Jim Crow? It should be included. No. All of that is fruits of the poisonous tree, which was the transatlantic slave trade, which was slavery here in the United States, was built the foundation. Okay, we get that compensation in that slavery claim. The moment they start trying to bring that timeline up to the night, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to bring up that timeline so we can fit all these other immigrant groups in there. Okay, so they're trying to bring it up to the 1960s, Jim Crowism, okay, and different things like that. No. Let's be clear. We are not the same. We're not going to lump our claim in there with immigrants. Immigrants came to this country willingly. They willingly came. They packed up and they said, I want to go to America. You don't get to turn around and put yourself in the same bucket with people who were imports and people who were robbed, stripped, and just demasculated of their humanity all the way around the board and forced and put on plantations to build this country. We ain't the same. Okay? We ain't the same. Let's be clear. But she's not done.
That were here around the time of Jim Crow that might have also endured redlining or any other discriminatory laws that were passed at the time.
So I'll pause you right there real quick just to flesh that out. So my understanding is that there would be some Black immigrant groups, in your opinion, that would be entitled to reparations.
Reparations for Jim Crow, yes.
Okay.
And absolutely not, family. And not to mention, family, some of these very same, especially African immigrants, are part of the collaborator class that collaborated with the white supremacists in Africa to sell some of us out. Let's be clear. The part of our lineage that actually comes from Africa, some of us who went through the transatlantic slave trade, some of those very same people are the ones who sold us out. Now you're telling me, well, they should get compensated with us because when they came over here, they got called nigger too. No, absolutely not.
Okay, there you go. Okay, cool. Just wanted to, because that's a big point of contention. I'm sure.
I know. It's a big contentious. It's a contentious conversation, but yes.
Right.
So, for example, if there was a community that was displaced or had redlining, and then a local government decided to repair those communities, then usually that would be decided on proof of what would you call it? Basically, that they lived there.
Right.
Right?
Proof of residency.
And so if they lived there and their home was taken away from them, whether or not they were a descendant of slavery in America at that time would not be relevant to that Jim Crow question of if their home was taken away from them. They would be included in the overall Black community.
No. File a separate reparation claim. You file reparations for what happened to you. You file a separate claim. Don't try to latch your claim onto ours. That's the thing. Brothers and sisters who happen to be here, which it was very few Black immigrants who were here before the 1970s, okay? Very few. A lot of immigrants came late 1960s, 1970s on outwards, okay? Let's be clear about that. If you had your home taken or you dealt with redlining or systematic racism and you want compensation for that, I have no problem. That's a separate claim, though. Don't try to merge your claim with my reparations claim. Okay, my reparation claim for building the country, okay, for the enslavement of my ancestry and my lineage here, for the 250 years of unpaid labor. Don't try to merge that in, because what people are trying to do, they're trying to be slick. They're trying to get a bigger claim, okay, by claiming what we went through, which is that's the whole tree in which the poisonous fruit came from, which would be Jim Crowism. Okay, so file a separate claim. Okay, let's be clear. We're not going for that no more. See, we learned this in the 1960s. In the 1960s, family, our ancestors made one crucial mistake with that civil rights movement, which was a beautiful movement. We respected. I'm a descendant of that movement. I benefit from the civil rights movement that our ancestors, foundational Black Americans, laid down. However, one of the crucial mistakes they made was they put one word in there, and they allowed one word, and that was minority. Because they allow minority, all those tangibles, all those assets, all those benefits are split among all these other groups. That's why the wealth gap has been widening. Okay? All that fair housing, all those discriminatory practice, all that affirmative action that they claim we get, that goes to other groups. That goes to humpbacks, midgets, white women, everybody else. Okay? So we got to be very particular with the language. Okay, if you happen to be a descendant of an immigrant who was over here in the 1940s during Jim Crowism, who happened to own a business in one of our many Black Wall Streets and it was burned down and you're seeking compensation, that's a separate claim. File a separate claim. Don't try to merge it with our reparations claim for slavery in this country. Let's be clear. File a separate claim. Don't try to merge the two.
David Muir, ABC's World News Tonight, America's most watched newscast. Now streaming same day with all the breaking news of the day on Disney Plus. Most watched, most trusted. Now on Disney Plus every night.
Tonight, the breaking news right now. Authorities on the scene at this hour. A bank standoff, an active bomb threat. SWAT teams on the scene, and a possible hostage situation unfolding right now. Also breaking late today, we learned President Trump's plan to use $1.8 billion in taxpayer money to potentially pay those who attacked the Capitol on January 6th. That plan now scrapped after a revolt from Republicans. At this hour, the high-stakes primaries underway in several states. In Los Angeles, the reality star competing against the mayor of L.A. and the closely watched governor's race in California. While across the country in New Jersey tonight, the case of the congressman who hasn't been seen in months. President Trump has now endorsed him. Tonight, the passenger plane diverted, a passenger trying to open the exit door. Authorities say mid-flight what he then did when taken to his seat and the struggle. The desperate search for a special needs student who vanished during a class trip while swimming. We're tracking severe storms across multiple states, possible tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds. And in New York City and parts of the East, temperatures now set to soar. Ginger Z is here. The horrific scene unfolding, a man accused of shooting and killing 6 family members. What authorities are now saying about this. The images coming in tonight, the U.S. military says it has fired a missile on an oil tanker trying to reach Iran. Martha Raddatz with late reporting. In New York, the mystery, men seen emerging from manholes with headlamps, and the new warning now. Tonight, the elaborate drug tunnel discovered running from Mexico right into the U.S., coming up through the floor of a store. The high-speed collision, an Amtrak train with passengers slamming into a truck on the tracks. And America Strong tonight, the beloved Beagles, and what a turn.
Here we go. In you go. From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight with David Muir.
Good evening. We do begin tonight with the breaking news coming in right now. A major standoff at a bank, what was an active bomb threat in Bakersfield, California. These are the images coming in right now. The suspect making threats, according to authorities. SWAT teams on the scene for some time now, dealing with a potential hostage situation. We're told right now crisis negotiators are talking with the suspect. So let's get right to Melissa Adam with late reporting. Melissa, what have we learned?
David, several city buildings in downtown Bakersfield are currently on lockdown. There is a massive police presence there with the SWAT team, FBI, negotiators, and of course, all of this developing as we are on the air. Police are reporting an active bomb threat ongoing for at least the last 2 hours in what appears to be a hostage situation at a Chase Bank near city buildings. Well, police say there is a male suspect that's inside that bank. He's making bomb threats, but police say they do not know just how many people are involved and inside that bank right now who are trapped. Well, City Hall, police headquarters are on lockdown there as police negotiate with that suspect right now. Of course, police are asking the public to steer clear from downtown Bakersfield as they're working with this incredibly developing situation. David.
The unfolding situation in Bakersfield tonight. Melissa Adan from California, thank you. Also breaking tonight, we learned late today that President Trump's plan to use $1.8 billion in taxpayer money to potentially pay those who attacked the Capitol on January 6th has now been scrapped after a revolt from Republicans. But tonight, some Republicans are still sounding somewhat skeptical. They want a promise on this. Rachel Scott on the Hill.
Are you going to drop the fund? Tonight, faced with a growing revolt from Senate Republicans, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche arriving on Capitol Hill. Is it dropped? Announcing the administration is scrapping the president's $1.8 billion so-called weaponization fund that would have been paid for by taxpayers to compensate allies, including January 6 rioters.
We are not moving forward with the fund.
Not moving forward ever.
Correct.
It comes just 24 hours after President Trump told our John Carl he would abide by a recent court ruling, putting the fund on hold, saying we are subject to the courts at this moment. That's what it is. But that wasn't enough to satisfy Republicans. You want to see him drop it completely?
Yes, I've made that very clear.
If he doesn't, we're back to square one.
Tonight, Blanche says getting rid of the fund would not impact another part of the administration's settlement with the IRS, barring tax audits on President Trump and his family. Democrats labeling it blanket immunity.
Simply put, you just gave the president and his family a tax immunity to the tune of about $100 million.
Not true.
And so, David, tonight, that $1.8 billion fund, some of which could have gone to January 6 rioters, has been scrapped. Republicans wanted a public reversal, and tonight the acting attorney general says it will not move forward. David.
Rachel Scott live up on the Hill for us. Rachel, thank you. Meantime, tonight, this high-stakes primaries we're watching across 6 states in the U.S. Voting tonight in California, Iowa, Montana, New Jersey, New Mexico, and South Dakota, and in Los Angeles. The reality star competing against the mayor of L.A. and the closely watched California governor's race. And in New Jersey tonight, the case of the congressman who hasn't been seen in months. President Trump has now endorsed him. Trevor Ault starts tonight with the reality star against the mayor in L.A.
Tonight, voters in California hitting the polls in high-stakes primaries for governor and mayor of Los Angeles, as reality star Spencer Pratt is making his push to run the country's second-largest city.
I just want people to feel safe.
Pratt rose to fame on the early 2000s MTV show The Hills.
I say things that I feel.
His provocative campaign has frequently used reposted AI-generated ads. The registered Republican is running as an independent, trying to unseat Mayor Karen Bass, who's faced fierce criticism for her response to last year's devastating fires.
No, I haven't always got it right. There's more work to do.
Bass says she doesn't think Pratt has a clue how to be mayor. Pratt's Pacific Palisades home burnt down in the fires. He has since been criticized for ads implying he's been living in a trailer.
This is where I live. They let my home burn down.
He later clarified he's actually staying in a luxury hotel, and he has been blunt about wanting to clear out the city's homeless.
What are your plans for the over 40,000 homeless in Los Angeles?
Yeah, they're not homeless. They're drug addicts.
The latest polls show a virtual three-way tie between Pratt, Bass, and progressive council member Nithya Raman. Also on the ballot tonight, the race for who will succeed Gavin Newsom as governor of the country's most populous state. The frontrunner appears to be Democrat and former HHS Secretary Javier Becerra. But not far behind him are Republican and former Fox News host Steve Hilton, who's endorsed by the president, and billionaire Democrat Tom Steyer, who wants more taxes on the rich.
Californians can't afford to live here anymore.
Voters today have been heading to polls in 6 states. In Iowa, Democrats will choose a Senate candidate, hoping to flip a Republican Senate seat this fall. And the mystery in New Jersey is Republican Congressman Tom Kean hasn't been seen in 3 months. The president has now endorsed him, but voters have been given no explanation, only that he's addressing a medical issue and on the road to a full recovery.
And David, there has been a constant stream of voters here in Los Angeles with all eyes on that crowded mayoral race, including Karen Bass and Spencer Pratt. Now, because this is a primary, it means that this race, the governor's race, will then become top two vote getters against each other head to head in November's general election. David.
That's right. The top 2 vote getters, regardless of party. We'll see again in November. Trevor Ault, polling station tonight. Trevor, thanks. We're learning more tonight about a passenger plane diverted. Authorities say a passenger on that plane trying to open the exit door mid-flight, what he then allegedly did when taken to his seat in the struggle. Here's Victor Oquendo.
Tonight, a man in custody restrained by passengers and crew after authorities say he tried to open the exit door mid-flight. It happened on a Frontier flight that left Puerto Rico for Chicago just before midnight Sunday. According to an affidavit, the flight was forced to divert to Miami after 51-year-old Juan Gabriel Reyes attempted to open the exit doors of the aircraft while it was still in flight. stating that he wanted to exit the aircraft. And when told to sit, he ignored those orders and walked towards the front of the aircraft and attempted to make entry into the pilot's quarters. Reyes was allowed to return to his seat. Moments later, passengers seen holding him down after he allegedly began choking an off-duty flight attendant who was seated next to him. Josh Longgood is the man in the jiu-jitsu t-shirt seen holding Reyes down.
I instantly just kind of jumped in and safely put him against the wall and restrained him. So I'm thankful that I was sitting right in front of him.
Please keep the aisles clear.
The latest incident, just one of more than 680 unruly passenger incidents reported so far this year, according to the FAA. Reyes is in custody facing a battery charge. The FBI is investigating and potentially pursuing federal charges. David?
Victor Akenda with us. Thank you, Victor. Tonight, the desperate search for a special needs student who vanished during a class trip while swimming along the Jersey shore. Here's Matt Rivers now.
Tonight, a mother's anguish as drones, choppers, and first responders search for her son with special needs who disappeared into the surf Monday during a class trip to the Jersey shore.
As far as I know, no staff member got into the water with any of the children.
DeVoris Carter's family says the 14-year-old was with a chaperone and a family member on the trip, but when that family member went to get something to eat, DeVoris went into the water with several other children while staff watched from shore.
Notify the Coast Guard. We have one unaccounted for in the water at this time.
There were no lifeguards present at all, and they still allowed these children that special needs to get into the water.
The other children were rescued by a police officer. The search for DeVoris resumed this morning. The incident comes just days after a 12-year-old boy from Long Island drowned during a rafting trip on the Lehigh River in the Poconos. David, that rafting death still under investigation. Meanwhile, DeVoris' school in a statement saying that this is a devastating tragedy and that they are heartbroken. David?
Matt Rivers tonight. Matt, thank you. Tonight, we're tracking severe storms across multiple states, possible tornadoes, large hail, damaging winds, and temperatures, meanwhile, are set to soar in New York City and parts of the east. So let's get right to Chief Meteorologist Ginger Z with us here tonight. Hey, Ginger.
Hey, David, we've already seen a reported tornado in Horse Creek, Wyoming, and there are several others on the map under this severe thunderstorm watch from Scottsbluff, Nebraska, up to Devil's Lake, including Pierre and Rapid City, South Dakota. So I want to take you through what's going to happen the next couple of days, because that's just through 10 p.m. tonight. We are going to see the storms blow up from Fargo to Aberdeen tomorrow. Hail is a big thing, right? But you could see an isolated tornado and damaging wind anywhere in that level 2 out of 5. On Thursday, it's through the south. And then we get the front end of this high pressure system that's blocking it from moving east. That'll warm us 15 degrees above average. David?
Ginger Z with us tonight. We'll see you first thing in the morning on GMA. Thanks, Ginger. We're going to turn now to the other news tonight and a horrific scene unfolding in Iowa. A man accused of shooting and killing his 6 family members, including 4 at home. And tonight, authorities are calling this an act of evil. Here's Rhiannon Alley.
Tonight, police are investigating a series of homicides, all members of the same family, across a tight-knit Iowa community just south of Cedar Rapids.
I simply do not have the words. This act of evil and what it has done to our community.
Police say around noon Monday, officers in Muscatine responded to reports of several shots fired.
Got one with a gunshot.
4 people were pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect, identified as 52-year-old Ryan Willis McFarland. McFarland fleeing the scene, police discovering 2 more victims in separate locations. Officers finally tracking McFarland to a trail along the Mississippi River as police closed in. He took his own life. David, investigators have not revealed McFarland's relationship to the victims, but believe the violence might have started from a domestic dispute. David?
Rhiannon Alley, what a horrific story tonight. Thank you. The war in Iran, and tonight the U.S. military says it is now fired on an oil tanker trying to reach Iran. So let's get right to Martha Raddatz with late reporting for us. Martha?
David, U.S. Central Command says the ship, which was empty, ignored repeated warnings over a 24-hour period as it made its way toward Iran's Karg Island. The video released by CENTCOM showing what came next, a Hellfire missile launched from a U.S. warplane into the ship's engine room. The Botswana-flagged oil tanker is now disabled. It is the 6th commercial vessel that the U.S. has disabled as part of the naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. David?
Martha Raddatz live in Washington for us. Martha, thanks as always. Here in New York City tonight, we're learning more about those mystery sightings. Men emerging from manholes in Brooklyn and in Queens with headlamps and shovels. And tonight, hear the new warning. Here's our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky now.
Tonight, a mystery underground. New York City police are working to identify the men in this video, wearing waders and carrying flashlights, prying open a manhole in Queens and slipping into the sewer. They're also trying to identify 7 men, some with headlamps and shovels, going into the sewer in Brooklyn and then emerging one by one. One guy almost gets hit by a car. Tonight, police suspect these groups were hunting for valuables. This happens from time to time, but there are a lot of hazards down there. Unstable surfaces, confined spaces, noxious gases. Police in the Department of Environmental Protection inspected the sewer system and said they found nothing tampered with, insisting our infrastructure is safe. Police believe these urban scavengers pose no threat, but David, officials say entering the sewer system is both illegal and extremely dangerous. David?
Dangerous, and those images are a bit unsettling. Aaron, thank you. Tonight, we do have new images as well of a drug tunnel recently discovered from Tijuana, Mexico to San Diego. Take a look. Authorities say the elaborate tunnel includes a rail system, lighting, and ventilation. It's almost 2,000 feet long, more than 50 feet underground. Authorities say it came up through the floor of a San Diego store that they say was operating as a front. Authorities seizing drugs, weapons, and cell phones. They believe the tunnel was built by a cartel. 4 suspects under arrest. When we come back tonight, the Amtrak train with more than 200 passengers colliding with a truck. The frightening collision on the tracks, the train slamming into an 18-wheeler. We'll have more on this in just a moment. Also, images tonight, the bear on a rampage, chasing a man through the parking lot, taking him down, and injuring 3 others. The horrific scene, the trooper at a traffic stop when a driver plows into his car, sending him running for his life. And later, you'll want to see this right here tonight. So many of you responding, the Beagles tonight in quite a new turn. We'll have that for you in just a moment. Don't go away. Tonight, a collision between an Amtrak train filled with passengers and an 18-wheeler. The truck driver then rushed to the hospital in Durham, North Carolina. Officials say the 18-wheeler was stuck on the tracks when the crossing arm came down. None of the 235 passengers and crew on the train were hurt. Amtrak says one of the truck's fuel tanks ruptured and leaked diesel. A hazmat team now on the scene tonight. Meantime, overseas, a bear rampage injuring 4 people. This playing out in a residential area in Fukushima, Japan. This is surveillance from a steel company showing the bear chasing a worker, throwing the man to the ground, then running toward the building where the bear attacked another worker. The animal reportedly hurt 2 more people nearby. Japan's bear population, by the way, is surging. 13 people have been killed last year in bear attacks. When we come back here tonight, the state trooper suddenly running for his life at a traffic stop. Also, the famous actor tonight, knighted by King Charles. And we remember a famous coach right here tonight. To the index of other news tonight, dangerous moments for a Kansas highway patrol officer during a traffic stop. A vehicle slamming into the officer's patrol car, sending him running. A second view seen from the patrol car's rear view camera. The highway patrol says the driver was found to be impaired, taken off the road. That officer is okay. The actor Idris Elba is now Sir Idris Elba. King Charles knighting him at a ceremony in Windsor Castle for his charity work, especially on behalf of children. Afterward, posting a video with a soccer jersey right here, sporting his new title. We have 2 passings to note tonight. Hall of Fame coach Rick Adelman. Adelman played for 7 seasons before becoming one of the most winningest coaches in NBA history. 23 seasons, 4 teams, winning 1,042 games. His son David coaches the Denver Nuggets. Rick Adelman was 79. And we have just learned tonight that Grammy-winning singer Peabo Bryson has died. Best known for Disney film hits Beauty and the Beast and Whole New World, so many other songs too. His music spanning generations, his family saying he suffered a stroke. Peabo Bryson was 75. When we come back here tonight, the effort to rescue the Beagles, you've responded, and what's now happened. Finally tonight here, America Strong, the effort to save the Beagles. So many of you at home have responded, trying to find them a home. Tonight, the remarkable effort to save the Beagles. So many of you watching and acting. It was right here we reported on the staggering need. Some 1,500 Beagles were moved from the Wisconsin research facility outside Madison. Volunteers transporting the Beagles by bus, by plane. The long line of volunteers holding the dogs. The nonprofits, including Center for a Humane Economy and Big Dog Ranch Rescue, trying to find new homes. After our report, so many of you responded with donations, thousands of adoption applications. And 2 best friends from outside Chicago trying to get the word out too. Eric Noxon and Joey Maslowski have been traveling the country posting about shelter dogs, putting our report in their message.
Hey, we've got a bunch of beagles coming into the shelter.
They say some 1,500 beagles have been removed from a Wisconsin research facility. They're looking for new homes for the dogs now. Look at them, saved by 2 animal rescue organizations.
We are going to go meet them for the first time. Look at them.
So here they are for now.
Even going to their local shelter, Border Tales Rescue, to meet some of the beagles for themselves.
Hi, sweetie.
They're super curious. They've never experienced like anything. This is insane. There's big ones, there's puppies, there's ones that are very energetic, there's ones that are scared. So these guys are actually going into the hospital today and tomorrow. I'm happy that we can show you guys these beagles are safe.
And tonight, word coming in, they're now trying to help 135 more beagles find new homes. More than 1,600 beagles now helped. And right here tonight,
How's it going, David?
those best friends, Eric and Joey.
We definitely encourage you to go to your local animal shelter, visit a dog, take a dog out of their kennel, and just spend some time with them. You'll really start to see how amazing some of these dogs are. We're just super happy that it started off as a sad story, but it's ending very happy.
That's what we call America Strong. Thanks, guys, for the help, and let's find the rest of them homes. I'm David Muir. I'll see you right back here tomorrow. From all of us here, have a good evening. Good night.
David Muir, the most trusted, most watched newscast in America. And now, World News Tonight has won the Emmy for Best Live News Program for the 4th year in a row.
To lead the Golden State.
For me, it was looking at all the candidates, figuring out which direction I want to go.
Also on the ballot, a closely watched mayoral race in Los Angeles.
I guess it's any man's or woman's chance.
And people are casting votes for who they want to send to Washington after Prop 50 shook up California's congressional maps. We live in a democracy, so it's important to vote, right? This is Fox Local, Election Night Live.
It is 7 o'clock, and voters across California have just one more hour to cast their ballots at polling places or drop off their mail-in ballots. This is a live look right now at one of the many polling places that will be open until 8 o'clock. Welcome to our election night coverage here on Fox Local. I'm Claudine Wong at the KTVU studios in Jack London Square in Oakland.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Mike Meback. We want to welcome our viewers in Southern California who are joining us right now on Fox 11 in Los Angeles. We are broadcasting live all night on the Fox Local app, and we do have live coverage for you all across the Golden State. Reporters, they are at watch parties for the leading candidates for governor. Also, live coverage out of Sacramento on the balance of power. Plus, the seat to succeed former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. That one is up in the air. We're live tonight in San Francisco, and the seat vacated by former congressman and former gubernatorial candidate Eric Swalwell. That one also up for grabs. Also, how are Californians actually feeling tonight? We do have reporters talking to voters at polling places, both in Los Angeles and in the Bay Area.
We're also covering many local races that have statewide interest, including the LA mayor's race. We have reporters at each of the watch parties for the 3 leading candidates. We're also covering the LA County Sheriff's race, races in Orange County, and in the Bay Area. We're keeping an eye on 2 closely watched supervisor races in San Francisco and the Alameda County District Attorney's race.
All right, let's get right to KTVU political reporter Greg Lee here in studio. Greg, not a lot of star power when it comes to the governor's race, but definitely a lot of twists and turns here.
An incredibly unsettled race that is now all in voters' hands. 6 televised debates, countless campaign ads, and 61 candidates on your ballots. We are finally here. Voters will finally decide which 2 candidates will move on to November's general election. Recent polling in the final week of this election showing just how drastically this race has changed in just a matter of months. What was a sleepy race that very few people were paying attention to saw a massive shift after Eric Swalwell dropped on April 12th due to those sexual assault allegations. Javier Becerra went from 5% to the outright favorite in the polls, and now Republicans Steve Hilton and Tom Steyer are locked in that battle for second. It is very much anyone's guess what 2 will move on, and a word of caution to viewers, it will take some time to count all these ballots, especially because so many ballots are expected to be returned today.
Traditionally, you're thinking about the candidate you like the most or policies, but we've added another thing to the decision matrix for voters this year, and that is that Democrats have been told repeatedly that because of the state's top 2 system, we could have this fluky thing happen where the 2 leading Republicans inhabit both those top 2 spots. And that would mean no Democrat goes to the November election. Republicans have also been hearing the same thing could happen to them, that you could have 2 Democrats take the top 2 spots. And as a result, both parties have voters who are thinking about viability, voting for a winner as kind of a part of their decision-making process. And it's been really driving a lot of the narrative, especially here in the last week.
Now, turnout coming into today, about 20%. We expect that number to reach well into the 30s. There'll be a lot of ballots to count after tonight. Mike Clay.
Hey, Greg, people holding on to those ballots a lot later this primary. Which candidate do you think out there should be a little bit more nervous tonight because of that?
Yeah, I think Steve Hilton has a lot to lose in that space because, Mike, a lot of Democrats have been holding on to their ballots because they're wanting to see who was in the lead, who was viable. Anecdotally spoken to a lot of voters who said, my candidate didn't seem to be at the top of that polling, so I'm waiting to see who is at the top of the list. And if many of those Democrats do hold on, and we expect those shifts, especially with the registration edge in California, that could potentially push out Steve Hilton out of the top 2.
All right, and we got to be patient. We're thinking maybe days, maybe into next week.
Yeah, we're talking days, potentially weeks, Claudine. California notoriously slow when it comes to counting those ballots because of the policies and procedures it does follow. And we should also tell viewers that that first batch that we expect after polls close at 8 p.m., that typically is going to be as votes are brought in. And a lot of those votes will skew Republican because they came out early and often and actually outpaced Democrats early on in this process.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that coming up. All right. Thanks, Greg. And Javier Becerra has been campaigning for last-minute votes today. His campaign set to hold a watch party tonight in Los Angeles.
And that is where we find Fox 11's Laura Diaz, who is live tonight in downtown L.A., not far from Union Station. Laura, good evening.
Hi, Mike and Claudine. Yes, we are in downtown Los Angeles, and actually, we're not far from Olvera Street. And a lot of folks are starting to gather now. We expect candidate Becerra to show up here sometime after the polls close, probably not before 9 o'clock. So basically, it's media here right now and members of his staff. They were tuning up the music a little bit ago, but everyone kind of feeling upbeat this evening. We also spoke to people, just random people, about how they felt about the governor's race. And here is what they told us. You think California's been going the wrong direction and you want somebody to take charge of it?
Well, people say things, but then they don't do it, So I just want somebody that's going to stand up for, the people and really, do something that they're saying.
Who I voted for governor? Yeah. I want to keep California blue. That's what I want to do.
You're not going to say which one?
I'm not going to say which one because I don't really feel like we're backed into a corner in who we choose.
So you don't love any of the options?
Not really.
Javier Becerra has been in elected office for 3 decades. The Sacramento native served as state attorney general, moved on to the state assembly, and of course, 12 terms in Congress. Most recently, part of President Biden's cabinet where he served as health secretary. But now Mr. Becerra finds himself in a hotly contested race for California governor, vowing to succeed Gavin Newsom, who has been termed out. Now, the most recent poll shows 3 frontrunners. They include Republican commentator Steve Hilton, who President Trump endorsed, and fellow Democrat and environmentalist activist Tom Steyer. Steyer, of course, a billionaire, has invested some $213 million of his own money to the campaign. But it wasn't until April when frontrunner Eric Swalwell resigned from Congress and suspended his campaign after allegations of sexual misconduct in Congress. Almost overnight, Becerra rose in the polls. So that brings us back to tonight, where we are saying that they're getting ready for this watch party. So far, no sign of the candidate, but we are told that he'll be here with his family, with his wife, 3 daughters, and a son-in-law. But it's really kind of a wait and see right now. We know that dessert will be happening very soon. Mexican treats off to the right. And we also have some food trucks. That's the latest here from downtown Los Angeles. I'm Laura Diaz reporting live, sending it back to the studio.
Laura, do we think there's going to be any kind of delay in when Becerra might speak tonight? Certainly, there's been so much discussion about how long it will take for the results to be counted, and so that there won't be any kind of big reveal tonight about final results, that he might just take some time to talk earlier than later?
Well, I asked the soonest they thought he would be here, and I suggested 9 o'clock. They said if he got here by 9, they'd be a little surprised. So I don't know. It could be more toward 10 o'clock, but he's definitely going to be here with his family. And hopefully, you know, there'll be some music then. They were tuning up just a little while ago, but right now we're all just basically standing around waiting for him to show up. There are members of his staff here, but it's really kind of a wait and see.
Hey, Laura, you know, we could have a historic moment later this year. Becerra could become the first Latino governor here in California. Has he been driving that home out there on the campaign trail?
Yes, I mean, it's such a part of who he is. He is, of course, the son of working class Mexican Americans. He was the first in his family to graduate college and went on to some of the finest universities that we have in this country. So, yes, I think it's just so much in his DNA, literally. Of course, a huge Latino base here. In fact, where we are standing, this is the Plaza de Cultura y Artes, which really is kind of a punctuation point, if you will, for all things Latin here in Southern California. I've been here so many times for events. People show up to celebrate the Latino culture, and I'm sure that he chose this by design. I could throw a stone to Olvera Street. This is where it all began here in Southern California, but specifically for Latinos who helped build this city, which is overwhelmingly Latino.
I got to ask you one more question, Laura. I mean, certainly for the staffers, because he's enjoyed this place in the polls where he has watched himself rise, is there a calm as they're going into this? And certainly enjoying, of all the candidates, a place where they can feel at least some confidence or some level of confidence tonight?
Well, I haven't had a chance to talk at length, but, you know, I'm sure you as I have covered campaigns where it didn't go well. You can feel the tension in the air. And in fact, usually you can see it in people's eyes. Even before the final tally, they know there's sort of dead man or dead woman walking. I'm not getting that sense here. There's a little bit of, you know, a little sway in the room, if you will. I think that people are feeling there could be an upbeat outcome. They're not saying that out loud, but they're feeling pretty good about where they are.
Got it. Laura Diaz with the very latest from Becerra Camp there, downtown Los Angeles. Laura, we appreciate the reporting. Let's take you live right now to Huntington Beach, where Steve Hilton is holding a watch party and speaking right now. We're going to be monitoring it. I believe we have the shot. All right, we don't have the shot right now.
I think he just finished his speech, but we actually want to go to Rachel Aragon because Steve Hilton just actually finished speaking. What did he have to say, Rachel? Because certainly a little early in the night, we were just talking about Javier Becerra hasn't even arrived at his watch party, and Steve Hilton already making some comments tonight.
Absolutely. He just stepped on the podium, as you just saw right now. And by the way, this is the second time we've heard from him tonight. Earlier on 4 o'clock, he also spoke to the media. Of course, he was asked a ton about the recent polling, some that show him tied with Steyer and some that show him behind Steyer. His response to the polling and how tight it is, he says the polls that he's really focused on, you guys, is that poll recently that came out from the California Post showing that 56% of Californians are dissatisfied with the direction California is going. And he's pitching himself to voters right now and the last few months as the change California needs. He also talked about bringing back that California dream, and he really has been zeroing in throughout the last several months and even today in Huntington Beach about making California affordable. He talked about bringing down gas prices and really bringing a state that is friendly to small businesses. But again, when it comes to polling, his biggest thing was showing just how dissatisfied that a lot of Californians are right now with the direction it's going.
Hey, Rachel, did he speak at all in regards to Chad Bianco? You know, there was a lot of talk about Democrats criticizing Democrats not dropping out of the race. And in the last couple of weeks, Mr. Hilton's been doing the same to his Republican opponent here in this race. Did that come up at all tonight?
Well, earlier, actually, he spoke about that several hours ago. He says nothing personal against Chad Bianco, but he's encouraging supporters of Bianco to join his campaign, to join his support, because ultimately he says the top two vote getters will go to November, and he believes he's the best shot to be that GOP nominee come November. So he's been encouraging the Bianco supporters and fans to really join him because he believes, again, that the only way California can see change is to have a governor who's a Republican in office, which, again, by the way, we haven't seen for 16 years, and it's been 20 years since California has elected a governor who's Republican.
It's interesting. You've mentioned this twice already today that he's spoken, and your comments seem to imply that he is still campaigning very hard, even with 45 minutes left before these polls close. How do you expect the rest of the night to play out tonight at this watch party?
You know, it's interesting. He actually was addressing just that earlier. He says they're pretending or really living out like they're in third place because they're not taking anything for granted. They don't want to assume they're coming in second or first. They are working, they said, up until the last minute to try to appeal to voters and send out that message again. His main thing is making California affordable, but they are running a campaign, they said, in third place to really work themselves and show that they want to earn every single vote.
All right, Rachel Aragon with the very latest out of Huntington Beach tonight. Rachel, appreciate it. Joining us here in studio.
Something news, and it's got them showing out the question, the question.
And Jesus is back. Okay. I'm putting it in the show now. About $5. Unhoused neighbor news and legal migrant news. I don't have time for that. Roll that over. All right, so thank you for tapping in. I'm going to end this live now. So shout out to Antithesis for coming through. Shout out to Val Hawkins for coming through. Shout out to Chow Dog for coming through. Shout out to Young Riaz for coming through. Shout out to Time for coming through. Shout out to Nobby for coming through. And shout out to Daniel for coming through. Shabaka for coming through. Lady Che for coming through. Everybody that was peeking and not speaking. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Signing out from the Mile High Income and the Legal Migrant Flooded City. We'll see y'all later. Peace.